well so that we can really, like, I'm just gonna do it myself here, right? We are going to amp up the multi-stream chat. Hey, Winterjolt, how you doing over on YouTube, you absolute legend? Sorry, I need to make sure to show off the multi-stream chat over here. Let me see. Your niece drained you the other night. We fell asleep while watching nursery rhymes. I absolutely understand that. Hey, Susan, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. You bought a party game called New Phone Who Dis and apparently bought the UK version, and it's NSFW. How NSFW? Like, if it's just regular UK version, that's NSFW, but it's fine. If it's an 18 plus version, that is less great. You'll send a pic to the server? Please do. Love the chat, got it set up in yours, but would not know since you don't get much views on it. Well, then I suppose I should give you guys a little bit of an update. Something happened. Something actually happened. And it is quite big news. So much so that it is literally still one of the trending things going on Twitter at the moment. Let me just show you. Somebody, a streamer called Giguk, if that's how you pronounce that, actually got a warning. They got a warning from Twitch because it's against TOS to combine your chat. So, yeah, Twitch might actually be starting to crack down on this. Correct, same form, Light Wraith. He is a big anime podcast guy. See, I think I've seen his face before. I don't actually know. And one of the funny things is, Zach Bussy says the technical rule is that you can't show any chat other than Twitch on stream. But that's not true. That is incorrect. You cannot show any combined chat on stream. Hey, MOP, how you doing? So, if you really wanted to, right? If you really wanted to, you could take your stream. Please. You could take your stream, and then you could have Twitch chat up here, and YouTube chat down here, and that would not be against TOS, technically speaking. Hey, TG Hero, how you doing? Because they are two separate instances of a chat. Welcome in over from YouTube. Good to have you here over on Twitch as well. Cryptic, you painted your nails, got new kind of fishnets. You don't know what they would be called. They are just solid. One side is black and the other one is black and red stripes. I have no idea what that would be called. You're asking the wrong person, I'm afraid. Yeah, let's go, MOP. Always good to have people pop in. It's always good fun. So, for those that are really worried about this, yes, technically, they are apparently now striking down on this, but they will warn you. Ko, thank you so much for the lurk. Hey, Truck and Train, how you doing? And I'm gonna be honest, I'm still gonna change nothing. Like, I would like to get the warning from Twitch, and then maybe we can look at changing this. But the problem is, and this is the whole thing, right? I'll open it up. It's called. I still hate that it's called the simulcasting guidelines. Simulcasting is such an archaic word. Everybody in the world calls it multi-streaming. Everyone. Look. These are the official rules. Right here. Hey, Jack Dragon, how you doing? You ensure that the quality of Twitch users' experience of your simulcast is at minimum no less than the experience on other platforms and services. Check. You do not provide links or otherwise direct your community to leave Twitch for your simulcast on other services. Check. You do not use third-party services that combine activity from other platforms or services on your Twitch stream during your simulcast, such as merging chat or other features. According to the rule, the letter of the law is you can have multiple chats as long as they're not combined. They don't say you can't have multiple chats. They just can't be combined. Hey, Stoke, how you doing? A stream review is a great idea. Well, I'm happy that you are enjoying that. Hey, Adam, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. That's what I keep it at. Like, according to the letter of the law, if I would split these, it would be fine. Also, so a combined poll would be in question. No. So combined, okay. Look. Now comes the other thing, right? Hey, TJ, how are you doing? So some of you may know that I am designing a new poll widget. It's one of the things that I'm doing right now, on Tuesdays usually, and I'm trying to make it so that I can start a poll on one platform, such as Twitch or YouTube, and it will automatically spread to Twitch, YouTube, and Kick, so that everybody gets counted in the same thing. That is something we are designing. However, you do not use third-party services that combine activity. Twitch is the first party. I am the second party. So if I design a service which combines activity, and I use that myself, then it's technically not third party, and therefore not within the rule. But how far are we going to rules lawyer this? I can rules lawyer very well in Dungeons & Dragons. At this point, I don't think I am able to rules lawyer against Twitch. That seems like a bad idea. Hey, Nightblade, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing absolutely amazing. It is rather sus, absolutely. Even your own written software can be counted as third-party tools? No, because, Cassidy, if they are, we're having a terms of service here. They are the first party. I am the second party. Therefore, if I design something and I use it, not another person, me, then that is a second-party tool, not a third-party tool. Because the tool has been designed by me. But again, rules lawyering. Currently working on a short of setting a hat on fire. That should be interesting. Let's see. Finally a stream you can catch again. Let's go, Nightblade. How are you doing, by the way? Hope you're having a good time. Hope you're doing fantastic. The little one has been a little sicky lately, but for the rest, she's been doing absolutely fantastic. She is growing up so freaking fast. Hey, Damien, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. It's a gray area. I'm not gonna fight them on it. I don't think it's a good idea, but we'll see. We'll see. And Frosty's doing very well as well. Yeah, we are very busy at the moment. My work is absolutely taking over everything. Content on top of that, and we're moving house in 2 weeks. So all in all, it's a bit on the busy end. But for the rest, we're doing very well, actually. Yeah. Let me see. I can't. I was going to say, let me see, but I can't. I took my glasses off because I can see the reflection of the light in the glasses, which is not great. There we go. Why is Twitch a first party and not you? Because we all know Twitch only cares. No, it's not because of the it's not because of that. So legally, Twitch is the first party because Twitch is the one that has written the contract, right? The terms of service are a contract. They offer you the contract and you sign their contract, which makes you the second party, legally speaking. You're looking to set up StreamerBot B24, the shout out, but you would like to pair it with a video also. So you can absolutely do that. It's just going to require a bit of coding from your, or well, not coding, knowledge of what you call that? StreamerBot. So you need to add a show video, wait X amount of seconds, end video thing, hide video. And then you should be absolutely good. The only thing I would recommend is if you do that, you should probably go in and turn off the normal shoutout box that shows up, which shows their image and the rest. Nutty is working on the same widget as well. That's fine. Like, you're gonna work on the same things because there's only a certain level of things that you can make. And I started making this last week, but have tried to make something like this twice before and didn't work. I'm hoping this time it actually will work better. How Filthy, how you doing? Eras, how you doing? Gingy, how you doing? Hope you're all doing well. Hope you're all doing fantastic. And How Filthy, thank you so much for the Prime, you absolute legend. Enjoy the 30 days of ad-free viewing. Enjoy the 30 days of emotes. You've bought a new car. Holy shit. Very nice, Kazadu. You went from a Volvo V50 diesel to a Ford Fiesta. That's quite a difference as well. That really is quite a difference. That does mean you have to edit it yourself. There we go. No, don't mute it. Nobody saw that. Nobody saw that. I pressed the wrong button, okay? I unmuted the wrong microphone, which currently is packed. Don't worry about it. Nobody saw that. Look, everybody makes mistakes. Right, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. And I'm doing well, Myru. Thank you so much for asking. How are you doing? Hey, Two Wolf, how are you? Hey, Iona! If only there was a way to hear your voice in your ears. I don't want to! Look, I could put a marker on my display saying, yo, you're muted. I also haven't done that. It happens. It happens. Look, I'm gonna do a whole reset of my OBS and everything once I get to the new house, because at that point, it's actually going to... if I do that now, and I'm going to redo everything again, that's just useless. It's in 2 weeks anyway. Hey, SRX, how you doing? Hey, Tada! How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. Damien, thank you for popping over to Twitch as well. And Based Fact Checker. Let me see. How do you feel about new streamers trying to be variety streamers? Okay, I actually have a fact-based answer here for you. Let me show you what I mean. If you are going to be a variety streamer, I think you have to be very careful in the games that you play. So, the reason I say that is because if you are playing, I don't know, Animal Crossing one day, sorry Iona, you just came in, that's the game that came to mind, Phasmophobia the other, and you play, I don't know, Ark Raiders the third, then what's gonna happen is... if I can actually show the screen, what you're gonna see is that the only people that are going to enjoy that part of your stream every single part of your stream, it's going to be that little triangle that likes all 3 of those games. The more games you add to this, the harder it becomes to find one audience that likes all of it. That already becomes easier if you only play 2 games or games that are very, very similar. Think, for example, Stardew Valley and Animal Crossing. At that point, you're going to get more people that are able to come in. But if you can commit yourself to a month or 3 months of the exact same game, you are going to pull in all these people. And yes, when you switch games, those people might drop away. On the other hand, you have to try something. Yeah, it's best. So if you're playing specific games on specific days, you have the same problem. You're building 3 different audiences, 1 for each day. And that can also have the same impact. So what I usually say is, if you are going to start, other time slots is the same problem, Kamperska. You're still splitting that audience. Now, don't get me wrong. Splitting your audience is not necessarily the worst thing to do. You can absolutely grow as a variety streamer. You can absolutely grow as a I play whatever I want streamer. You're just making it harder on yourself. And I'm not sure that that is something you want to do in the current state and age of Twitch, or YouTube for that matter. The usual thing that I say is that there are 3 levels you can take. You can be that streamer that only plays 1 game and 1 game only. But that also comes with dangers. You can be the streamer that plays a niche of games, which is a really good idea, but slower in growth than playing 1 game. Or you can be the variety streamer, at which point your growth has to come for 99% from other platforms and then bring them back into the same place. The reason I say this is it's really easy to grow here, but if you play 1 game day in, day out, eventually you are going to burn yourself out. Which means you're either going to switch away from that 1 game completely, or, and this is the better idea, is eventually you are going to find other games near that niche. And as you find other games near that game, think for example of playing Final Fantasy VIII, Final Fantasy IX, Final Fantasy X, and then eventually you start playing Expedition 33, right? You build yourself a niche. And when you build yourself a niche in this way, you naturally bring your viewers with you, because it's likely if people like JRPGs or turn-based RPGs, they're also going to like Expedition 33. They might not like FIFA 26, or I think it's now called FC 26. They might not like Stardew Valley. And as you grow, this niche becomes bigger and bigger, and you can target more and more games. And once you're at a point where you are in the discovery zone, no matter what you play, so you have, I would say, a few thousand viewers, that is where you can go into the true variety metric if you really want that. But niching is always a good idea. I haven't played Expedition 33, I've watched it. That's it. Why so serious? How you doing? Guys, I am going to catch up here. Hey, Jinji. Hey, Veda. Hey, SH72. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. You've noticed with your growth that your audience at this point is more so there for me and my personality than the game you're playing. Yeah, but that's not how people find you, right? People find you because of the game that you're playing. And what you're going to do is about 60 to 70% of the people come for the games that you play, and 30 to 40% of the people are going to come in for the content that you make. And what you want to do is you want to slowly grow both sides. Because as you grow the people that come in for the game, more and more people will come over to the other side, that they come for your personality. The reason they can't do that from the start is because of the 7-11-4 rule. The 7-11-4 rule is a very well-known rule in marketing. People need 7 hours of content, 11 touches, and I'll explain what a touch is in just a moment, and 4 platforms. And once people have connected with you like that, that is when people remember you. Not before that. Before that, they can't like your personality because they don't know what your personality is. So you first need to make content that people resonate with, and then you start building up to people liking what you do, no matter who you are, or no matter what you do. 7 hours of content on 4 different platforms. So that's Twitch, YouTube, TikTok. That can be Facebook, that can be Snapchat, that can be Discord. They just need 4 different moments on 4 different places where they interact with you. And a touch is a moment of interaction. It comes from marketing. Again, if you see a commercial for Coca-Cola, that is a touch. If you grab, I don't know, if you see an advertisement on YouTube, that is a touch. If you watch a YouTube video or a short of someone, that is a touch. So a touch is just any way you interact with the person or the channel. This is what you need. At this point and not before do people remember you. Hey, El Fuego. Hey, Tada. How you doing? Let me see. MOP, thank you so much for becoming a member over on YouTube. You absolute legend. Thank you very, very much. TJ, your girlfriend is trying to grow a Power World channel. Any advice? Make lots of content. Content every week. Make shorts. Report on news. Show building tricks. Show hidden pals. Show, I don't know if they have them, shinies. That sort of stuff. That's the important bit. Tactics. How to beat different bosses. Go educational as well as entertaining. Educational is a great niche for games, for open world games like Power World. Do you think that good thumbnails for YouTube live stream is very important for people to get in and stay? Absolutely, Tada. If you don't have a good thumbnail, they're not going to click your live stream. If they don't click your live stream, they're never going to watch. That's just how it is. I hope stream's going well. Quick question. How do you network with other streamers? You feel weird asking other streamers to play and co-stream? El Fuego, that is because you usually don't start there. You start by going in and telling people or just hanging out with them. Become a viewer of that channel and see if their content resonates with you. If their content resonates with you, that is fantastic, because now you have somebody that, you know, you like watching and you like hanging out with. So now you start becoming a part of their community. And as you become part of their community in a very natural way, eventually they will figure out you're a streamer. You don't have to say that. Right? You don't. It's all about letting them discover that you are a streamer. And then once they discover that, because you're part of their community, they will want to interact with you as well. And that is how you build this. So you don't cold call. You don't just add somebody on Discord and send them a message. What you do is you become part of their community, interact with them, and pretty much just become friends. That's how networking works. It's not about using people. Absolutely not. Never. That's all you need to do. Networking, people make it sound a lot harder than it actually is, in all honesty. Hey, that boy, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. Guys, if you do not get answers to your questions and you're on Twitch, please jump in and send a channel point redeem called Ask a Question. It gets added to the TTS so that I can answer them in a good way. There are 100 points and all of them will be returned to you at the end of the stream. Let me see. Should I feel guilty for not wanting to grow and not going outside Twitch? If you're doing it for fun, do whatever you want. If you're doing streaming for fun, you can, I don't know, as long as you don't break TOS, you can do whatever you want because you don't care about people showing up. However, you have to be really, really honest with yourself. You should not say, hey, I don't want to grow, I'm just doing this for fun, and then still get annoyed or sad or affected when you get low viewer numbers. Because then you're lying to yourself. Are you wanting to grow? Are you doing this to have fun and get numbers? Or are you doing this for fun? Fun and numbers means you're building a business. Fun means you're having a hobby. Doesn't matter. Hey, Kitabyte, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing absolutely amazing. Fun and numbers, then you're building a business. Yeah, and that's also something I'm really, really strong in, right? I feel like when people have streamed, I don't know, 10 hours, let's say 10 to 20 times, well, however long your streams are, I'm going to say 20 to 30 hours minimum. Then you really want to make sure that you think and sit down, am I enjoying this? Is this fun to me? And do I want to make this a business? If you do, great. Then you're gonna ramp it up. If not, also great. That's fine, just enjoy. Is there a place where we can see who's on the stream review list? No, but I can show you because I do have the wheel. You can, if you find your own name on the wheel, you're there. Hey, congratulations, Zach. You're an absolute legend. I hope you enjoy your continued growth. You love streaming, you would like to have more viewers, then you're building a business, right? And that's okay. How do you get on the wheel? If you're on YouTube, it's down in the description. If you're on Twitch, it should be at the top of chat. Pinned, there should be a link. Click on that, fill in the form, and you're on the list. If I don't put you on the list right away, that's because I have to update it manually. I will update it manually before the first spin. Quickly reading back here, though, because I did see a message that I wanted to respond to. Let me see. You became friends with a streamer by becoming part of her chat and community. Now, when you're live, she watches and chats. Exactly, and that's how it works. Like, that is genuinely how it works. It's not about promoting yourself, right? When you're networking, it's not about using their audience. It's about building up and becoming how do I even say this? It's about becoming a staple. Oh, damn. No, I have a much better word. You are trying to become a key person of influence. And yes, this is another technical term. I can't write, but it is a technical term. That's what you want to become. You want to become the person that knows the most or is the best at doing whatever you are doing. That is what you're looking for. And for me, like, if you ask me, what am I the key person of influence in? Am I the best person to help you grow a stream? Maybe that's part of what I want to do, right? Am I the best person to tell you how to get thousands of viewers? Probably not. I've never made thousands of viewers, but I strongly believe you don't need thousands of viewers. My strength lies in creating and business combined. I have 12 years of business experience. I've run my own companies. I've streamed for 5 years. I know a lot of stuff. So I am the key person. I am probably one of the best people in the world that can help you build a creator business. That's my area of influence. Nowhere else, and that's also okay. That is awesome, RevBomb. How you doing? And Teacher Emily, how are you? Hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing amazing. Yeah, Silhouette, you are completely right. You want to become an integral part of the community. That's how this works. Thank you, Nightblade, you absolute legend. Veda, thank you very much. That's very kind of you. Don't write the tales of someone else's success. Be yourself. Be in other communities of like-minded, game-oriented people. Yeah. Hey, BDG. Thank you so much for the 10 biddies. Yeah, and that's a thing, right? I know a lot of people that are better than me at making content. I know a lot of people that can tell you about cooking content or IRL content and other things, but I don't know anybody that can explain or that knows the combination of content creation and business as well as I do and is approachable. Because there are people, right? Think, for example, of Alex Hormozy or Stephen Bartlett, who are these multi-millionaires. But you can't really talk to them about live streaming because that's not what they are based on. Methinks I'm gonna go decide on a game. I'm not gonna get sick on and off stream. That's a good choice. But let me just tell you, fact checker, eventually you will get sick of it. I have 2,500 hours in Phasmophobia, and I had to step away from my partner channel because I was just not having fun anymore. I had started streaming here to just do something else for a bit, and honestly, I had so much fun here that I am still doing this a year later, right? I love doing this. So that's what I focus on now. Hey, Slaughter, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing absolutely amazing. Yeah, making channels on a single game can be killer, and it's also then growing from there. Like, starting on a single game, great. But eventually, you have to find ways to expand your niche. And the problem that I have with for example, Phasmophobia, is there is only one game that does that, and there's only one game that does that well. Phasmophobia is a very, very peculiar game in that there are no competitors that have an audience, like a serious audience. There's other games like it. There's The Other Side. There's The Hunt Begins. There's loads of them. But there are no competitors which you can tandem with. The closest thing you get to is Dead by Daylight, and that is not the same in the slightest. So the question is then, how do you expand from something like that? Alternatively, and I'm just going to use Iona as an example here, because I know the story, and Iona is a great example here, but there are many like it. RT Game is another one. Who else do we have? There's so many. There's so many. Small Ant is one. Amphibious Amphibian is one. There are so many other people you can point to who have started off with one game or a very small niche. Animal Crossing, Pokemon, Super Mario, whatever it is. And slowly over time, as they grew their channel, they started to grow more and more into the same niche. So if you're doing something like Animal Crossing, you can go to other cozy games. Thank you very much, MOP. That is very kind of you. Thank you very, very much. If you are doing Pokemon games, well, then you can go to other Pokemon games. You can go to other Nintendo games. You can go to Pal World. There's a whole area you can go into. If you go for something like Mario, you can go to Sonic. You can go to Nintendo-based games, which is also great. But you need to have an audience that expands with you. So don't do something like, I'm going to play Phasmophobia one day and Arc Raiders the next, because the chance that people actually enjoy both those things is really, really small. Hey, Simba, you absolute legend. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. Thank you so much for signing up. You will go on the wheel just like everybody else. What is Pokopia? I have never heard of that. Hey, my own perspective. Thank you so much for the follow here on Twitch as well. You absolute legend. Thank you very, very much. Before you go, if I only play shooters, does theme matter or only category? Like, if I play Western shooters and go between Gun and Red Dead Redemption, but then crossing to a modern shooter, you're changing categories. Think about the game, right? Think about the difference between Fortnite, Battlefield, and Red Dead Redemption. They're all shooters, but they all have a very different idea. Red Dead Redemption is more an RPG. Arc Raiders is more an extraction. What else do we have there? Fortnite is a battle royale. You have to find things that fit sort of in the same niche. Let me see. Dragon Quest Builders 2, but Pokemon. Ooh, that sounds interesting. Slaughter, thank you so much for the follow over on Twitch as well. You absolute legend. Thank you very, very much. Much appreciated. Not a problem, Maria. Go do your thing. Go do your thing. Phasmo is unique because only the base game is explained, so people have to go looking for information to expand their gameplay. It's not even just that, right? Like, I had 2,500 hours in Phas. I understood it really, really well. I was one of the leading people that people would come to and say, hey, what about this? And the problem that I have with Phasmo is that there are no alternatives. Like, there is, like, with, for example, with Arc Raiders, you can always go to Tarkov. With Pokemon, there are hundreds of different Pokemon games you can play. With, I'm going to use it again, Animal Crossing, you can go to Stardew Valley and still get that same vibe. There is nowhere to go from Phasmophobia because it's such a unique game and a unique niche. And that is a problem. Do you think that smaller streamers need to stream above 4, 5, 6 hours to maybe get noticed by other people? Or do you think it's a waste of time? Ta-da! You should be streaming 3 to 4 hours, 3 to 4 days a week No more. This is it. Don't do more. All the time that you spend above this, you should be spending on making content for other channels, which are more discoverable and allow you to find more of an audience. TikTok and YouTube. 100%. Do not stream 12 hours a day, 7 days a week right from the start. Unless you really have that bandwidth, right? That's fine. But normally, don't do that from the start. 3 to 4 hours a day, 3 to 4 times a week, no more. And that is 100% it, right? Like, just to give you an example, when I got tired of Faz, I started playing some other games. And there are... I would lose between 40 and 70% of my viewership. I have lots of friends in that sphere. I've seen people go from 250 average to 100 average just because they switched game for a week. I've seen people go from 500 average to 200 average just because they stopped playing Faz for a while and started playing something else. It's crazy how difficult that particular game is to switch away from. But there are other games as well, right? So, for example, Dead by Daylight has the exact same problem. Yeah, but okay, Lil P, you just tried to stick to horror. I tried that too, but if you switch from Faz to something like Resident Evil, it's still not... like, you can't even switch in horror or you move away from your niche. Because Faz is not a horror game. Faz is a puzzle game in a horror coat. And that is, like, I know these games really, really well. And I have experience, first-hand experience with this. Hey, Suited Soldier, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. What's today's conversation? Currently, we are talking about niches and how to grow your channel effectively. Is that variety? Is there niche? Is it one specific game? And how do you develop from there? Benji, how you doing? Thank you so much for popping in on YouTube and coming over to Twitch. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. And later on, we are going to be reviewing some of your streams. It's all fun and games thinking you can switch game till you have 1/3 of your viewership. I remember very well switching from Faz to a different game. I was on 140 average viewers. And I played that different game. First day, I got about 80 average viewers, which is already like almost half. The second day I played that game, I got 35 average viewers. And it was a horror game. That's because the moment you move away from Faz, it's really, really hard. Hey, Al Hassan, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. But once you start recognizing that, you can actually start learning, right? That's part of the learning path. Faz is just hard. Faz is especially hard, but every game has that. You will lose between 20 and 70% of your viewers. And the closer your game is to the other game, the more people you are going to keep. Hey, Spider Mayhem, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing absolutely fantastic. Pokemon, you lose about 75% if you switch out of Pokemon. It's wild. Yeah, it's true. Pokemon is very similar. If you don't play another game that is very much like Pokemon, you're going to lose a lot of viewers. Until you get to the point where you have like 4,000 or 5,000 viewers, and when you switch to another category, you're still the top of that category, and then you might have 3,500 to 4,000 viewers. Pokemon to Palworld is an option, but Palworld is no longer trending, which can cause issues there. But if a new patch drops, switch over for a few days, see what happens. Exactly, until you're Co-Carnage, who can do whatever. Until you're Queso, until you are who are the other like really old like big streamers that are now variety. I think Ninja is fairly variety. Hey, Amazing, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing fantastic. Burnt Peanut is still very linked to Arc Raiders, but he's probably big enough now that he can switch to anything. Vine Sauce? I don't know Vine Sauce. I know V Sauce. Jinxie is one of those as well. Yeah. Emiru, Asmongold, XQC. Exactly. Exactly. Completely right, Nico. Oh, this is an interesting one. So Eras is saying, I lost 90% of my readership when I moved away from MLP fanfiction because I went to original writing. Again, you're changing niche, right? You're doing the same as we are as live streamers. It's just written. So the moment that you make that switch, you're gonna lose people. That's just part of the game. Currently playing open world survival, post-apocalyptic survival with multiplayer elements. Going off of Fallout 76. Very nice. I heard the game has become really good nowadays. Let me see. Armchair, you have a question. Is there a way to remove hide unwanted comments? Yes, go into your comments, click on the triple dots, and then there is a hide user from channel, which is ban. You will never see their stuff again. Or delete comment. You can do that. Absolutely, Armchair. Hey, Era, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing fantastic. You only follow variety streamers, actually. You watch for them, but you know most viewers aren't like that. Okay, Kitabyte, I have a question for you. If you only watch for them, did you discover them on Twitch? Or did you discover them on other platforms and then went to Twitch to see them live? Genuine question. Hey, Nano10, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. Variety streaming is tough, especially when you start, right? You discovered them on Twitch, then you are not one of the usual people. Most people, especially nowadays, right? Since 2022-ish, most people's discovery goes through other platforms first. And that is something you do have to watch out for. Cryptic, please don't cook chicken nugget. New streamers cannot reliably complete with the BitDog some new games. Yeah, you could get lucky. So I will say this. I think that is actually part of a question. Look, I've been talking about this a few times now, right? I keep saying you need to be in the discovery zone. If you go to Twitch and you go to any single category, there is a discovery zone. What the hell is Berglin Gnomes? You know what? I'm not even going to look. Let's go to Overwatch. If you look in the Overwatch category, you look at viewers high to low. The discovery zone is very easily seen. It's these two top lines, right? It's the top two lines because that is where everybody can see you. The moment they get into the category, they can see you there, they can see what you're doing, and they will click in. If you are further down the list, let's say far down the list, fewer and fewer people are going to scroll this far just for you to find you as a streamer. And I know there are people that will sort low to high. There are people that will scroll down this far, but they are the minority. That's maybe 5 or 10% at most. While if you're looking at Twitch in general, well, you're gonna need to hit the 90%, right? You want many people to come in, not 2. Hey, King, how you doing? Hey, Fat Cats Cozy Games, how you doing? If you stream Hitman and then move to Splinter Cell, you practically have to start over unless you get the audience that likes both. Exactly, but the thing is, you build your audience with Hitman, right? And you start figuring out what works for you. And then you might go and play Splinter Cell, which is a different thing. But when you play the different thing, you sometimes get lucky and people come with you. And that's what you're building up. Angry old man? Too late, I'm already here. I'm not actually angry. Hardly ever. Let me see. Remember, guys, if you do have a question and I haven't answered it yet, put it in the TTS if you are on Twitch. If you're on YouTube, I will answer as quick as I can. Let me see. You feel you're a bottom feeder for sure? Don't feel like that. You don't feel like that. You're not a bottom feeder. You're a new creator trying to find your feet in a very oversaturated world. Saturated world. It's not oversaturated. Saturated world. It's absolutely fine. You cannot compare yourself with all these other streamers, because if you do, you are lying to yourself about the journey that it took them to get where they are now compared to the journey that you are going through with your background and your life. I believe it was Kai Cenat, his first stream was to thousands of people. And that is because Kai Cenat started streaming after already being on YouTube for years. Part of some, I think, prank group, I think it was. I can't remember for sure. But my point is, if you start for the first time on Twitch, you do not have that same experience, you do not have the same following, and therefore you can't expect the same journey. Don't compare yourself. What are the content people want on Twitch? IRL, gaming. It depends on what you want to make. What content, Alizan, do you want on Twitch? What do you watch? And if you watch that, then there are probably people that want to watch that too. Why not make that? Happy Friday, Jan. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hey, Spyburb. Hope you are doing well as well. You absolute legend. Hey, Doc Company. How are you? You stream on WoW and Arc Raiders. You like these games and you don't want to play Abandonware. What is the solution? Well, that depends. What is it? What is it that you want to do? If you want to play WoW, then you're in an oversaturated category. That is actually oversaturated. I mean, just to give you an idea, right? I will switch screen now. If we go to World of Warcraft right now, there's 81,000 people watching. That is lots and lots of people you have to beat. And that's okay, because at that point, what you're going to do is you're going to focus on making content on other platforms and bringing people from those other platforms back. You're going to have to work harder. The growth is going to be slower. You can do it because you should not play something you do not enjoy. People will notice. People will see. And when people do see that, they won't watch. It's very simple to see. If somebody is enjoying the game they're playing, hi Nerdy Northerner, or if you're not. And that is okay. Let me see. If you've been streaming for a couple of years and not got anywhere, is it worth restarting? No, it's time to start learning. Watch other streamers, see what you can learn from them, and then bring them over. That's not World of Warcraft, that's ice hockey. And then we had ads, so I can't continue answering that question. Hey, Waffle, thank you so much for the follow, you absolute legend. Thank you very, very much. Let me see, Infinite Gaming, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. You stream Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. Do I have any tips? Or for streaming smaller games? Yeah, I do. So let's have a look. Is it DBZ Sparking Zero? There you go. So, first things first, if you have one viewer, you're going to be in the top 2 rows, which means you will be discoverable on Twitch. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 sexual themes. 5 people, none of which are using here. Another one, 6. None of these. This is Overwatch. This is not Dragon Ball Z. So, that are not using a camera or an avatar. Use a camera or a PNG tuber and you stand out in this category. What you're going to do on top of that is that you're going to take the content that you make and you're going to make really, really interesting stuff for YouTube and TikTok. And you're going to build an audience there as well. Do I think Dead by Daylight is oversaturated? It's a difficult category. Yeah, it's very difficult. Source, I was a DBD streamer before being a fast streamer. It's possible, but it's hard. Hey, Chill Gardening, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. You feel like your streams are pretty good, but you have zero interest in the editing side. Is it 100% necessary to have great YouTube vids to grow the Twitch side? It's gonna make the life a lot harder. Look, this is purely number-wise. I'm gonna be completely honest. On Twitch, I can show you streams charts. On Twitch, right? We have, on average, 2.1 million viewers. That's average. Which is higher than it was a few months ago, which is kind of cool. On YouTube Live, there's an average 6.3 million viewers. On YouTube, you have, I think it is 1 billion hours of content watched every 3 days or something like that. It is insane. Absolutely insane. I would very much consider just the volume here. Getting good thumbnails, getting good titles, and then doing some editing is the way to go. That is a good idea. And Chill Gardening, luckily, you may have another approach you can do here. If you are an older streamer and you have a job, you know, that thing that takes your 9 to 5 away, you might have a little bit of spare income. Use that income and hire an editor, but you're gonna need to do a little bit of editing first. If you don't have time to edit full YouTube videos yet, do you recommend uploading VODs? Nope, VODs almost never get watched. Hey, A Studios, you can still sign up. You can still sign up now. Look, you go on the wheel. Everybody has equal chance. Hey, Fluffy, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. You watch VODs, but you're the exception, not the rule. But, okay, Eras, you say this, right? You're the exception, not the rule. I'm gonna ask you something. Do you watch VODs of creators you already like? Or do you randomly watch VODs from people on YouTube? Because there's a big difference there, right? I watch VODs of one specific creator I like, but he lives in Australia. and I can simply not watch. I am asleep. Right? That's just how it is. So I catch up on the VODs whenever I have time. I am weeks behind, but that's okay. He just lives in the past for me. Let me see. I'm pretty sure they are the only ones watching the YouTube. Anytime. I generally don't watch VODs unless it's for people who aren't streaming at times I'm available. Yeah, exactly. I watch one person and one person only. And I name them very often. Splitsy, right? He plays a game called Space Engineers. I love that game. He's a great creator for it. But I can't watch him. He lives in freaking Australia. 12 hours ahead of me. Technically it's 10, but fair. You think you prefer YouTube for VODs? I do as well. 100%. 100%. I also enjoy the live interaction, Mama Sugar. Which is why in winter time, when my time is a little closer to his, I actually really like it. Because then we're 9 hours apart. Because we are... Or sorry, no. When we're in summertime and he's in wintertime, we are closer together. So sometimes I get to watch live. But sometimes I don't. And that's also okay. The other way around. It's one of the ways. I can't remember. I think the winter is easier. Yeah. Oh, and if you can't do YouTube videos... If you really are stretched for time and you cannot do a full YouTube video, you're only streaming 2 or 3 times a week, 3 to 4 hours, at least make shorts. And really make shorts. Don't just take funny moments, actual shorts. Make dedicated stuff. At least practice your editing on small bits of content. You are gonna thank me when you start making large pieces of content. I promise you right now.
Zilloet_ says bit off topic, but how do you go about greeting first-time chatters so they feel welcome but not inclined to just leave?
Okay, it's very good you said first-time chatters. First-time chatters, you just greet. You say, hey. In fact, if you have your Twitch chat... can I show that here? Does this work? Yes. Maybe. I'm trying to see if I can... Yeah, okay, so... You know how you can have your Twitch chat in your OBS? If you click the settings button and you click chat highlights, you can actually mark it so that new first-time viewers are shown in pink. So you always know when it's in first-time chatter. It gives you that little highlight so you can say, hey, boom. That's why. That's a new person I can say hi to, right? So you never miss those. It is crucial because the moment you miss a new first-time chatter, there's a chance they will never come back afterwards. So I can highly recommend turning that on. I do the same for raiders. I do the same for mentions, but that's mostly for other chats. Yeah, I mean, I greet everybody the same way, right? I will say something like, hey, Suited Soldier, thank you so much for joining. How you doing? Hope you're having a good day, right? Because that's my greeting. Yes, returning chatters as well. Yep. Super useful. Super useful. I don't use that one personally because I don't think it's effective for me. I'm pretty good at remembering names nowadays. I didn't used to be. I'm still not great, but I'm pretty great. It's a learning thing. It's a learning thing. But yeah, that's how I do it. Like, figure out something you want to say. And a nice thing as well is, Suited Soldier, thank you so much for the follow here on Twitch. A nice thing that you can do as well is you can templatize this. Look, it is really, really simple to build systems around what you are building on Twitch. Whenever I start my streams, I have a very simple step system where I go through at the start of every stream. I will always go, good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening. And welcome to another stream. It is whatever day it is, and then I comment about the day. So, for example, it is Friday. Are we all ready for the weekend? Then I have my Twitch activity feed, and I can see exactly who has checked in. And what I like to do is to then go, hello, and then I just go through them, and I say hi to everybody that checked in. So today that would be, hey BDG, hey Zach, hello Kitabyte, hello Kamperska, hello Refbomb, hey Teacher Amelie, blah blah blah. I'll go through this. And then I will switch over to my camera and it actually starts. Similarly, when a raid comes in, hey Rendoc, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. When a raid comes in, I try and say the exact same thing every single time. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Barry. I run the Content Delta channel here on YouTube, Twitch, and on TikTok, and we try to help you grow your stream. Today, we are reviewing your streams to see how we can help you become a better streamer. But if you like it here, then please do stick around and tell me what is your favorite moment of whoever rated stream. Same every single time, because I don't have to think about it anymore. And if I don't have to think about it anymore, my focus can be on you, on the interaction with the chat. Do I happen to be the Flash? I am not. No. I am like, I want to say opposite Flash, but that exists. So I am the Slug. I am not a runner. I'm 1.94 m and a meter wide. Come on. I am also not Reverse Flash, which is just another Flash in a different direction. Let me see. You can put it in a different feed than chat. For me, it just pops up in chat. That's a very good way of looking at it. As someone with ADHD, having a consistent template to follow would definitely help. And that's also like, it's not just for your streams, right? It's not just for what you do. It's also for your editing, your writing, your content creation, your setting up your stream. All of this can be systematized, which means you think about it once, you set it up once, and then you do the thing every single time, which means it doesn't weigh down your brain. How do I respond to negative comments in chat? Do you simply ban them? It depends. So some comments I will just call out and I'll make a joke about it, because very, very thick skin nowadays. You learn that over 5 years of streaming. You get very thick skin, especially if you're an overweight bald guy. Just saying. If they break TOS or they say something that is an insult to my community, then the hammer swings immediately. If it's something like a negative comment about, for example, they try and self-promote, at that point I give them warnings. Right? I try to teach, because that is part of my channel. I teach. I educate. But otherwise, get them out of there. That's how it works. I may be bald, but I have an epic beard. Yeah, it all sank down. It's still sinking. Can you guys see? Look, little pieces going straight down. Hey, Wally Botley, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. Hope you're having a good day. Let's see. You have a chat app that shows you who comes into your stream before they say anything. Is it a good idea to say hi with their name before they say anything? No. No. Do not call out lurkers. Guys, first time chatters, if they chat with you, absolutely answer them. Do not call out lurkers. Do not look at who's in your chat. Do not look at your viewer list. If people are coming to lurk, let them lurk. I can have 50 or 70 or 100 people in my chat, and if only one person is talking, that is the only person I'm going to have a conversation with. I do not care. Do not call out your lurkers. I cannot say this brutal enough. Look, I know somebody who is currently lurking, mostly because that somebody is out the house. But imagine if I was here, right? And I would go, and you're streaming, and you just joined the stream, and you're watching. You're trying to get an idea of what kind of person it is that is actually who the streamer is, and what kind of gameplay they do. And you're just relaxed, you're sitting there, and somebody suddenly comes in and goes, SH72, I can see you watching. Why aren't you talking to me? Hello? I'm out. I'd run. I'd be in a different channel before that sentence finishes. No. Let me lurk. You love the chat overlays? That's somewhere on my YouTube channel? No, you can get it for free from an amazing creator called Nutty, nutty.gg. Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. No, never call out your lurkers. Let them lurk. Be entertaining because they're there because you are entertaining. Right? Let them be entertained. That's all that matters. Hey, Armed and Irish, how you doing? Hope you're doing absolutely amazing. Hope you're doing fantastic. And yeah, it's a quick way to drive yourself insane. Because usually what happens is you go, hey, Light Wraith, how you doing? Or, hey, Light Wraith, welcome to the stream. How did you find me? And they won't reply. And they won't reply. You're just sitting there like, oh crap, why don't they reply? And then you see, poof, they're gone. Also, just a slight note, just because somebody said it earlier and I feel like I have to reiterate, you know that little man, you know the little puppet on the bottom of your screen that tells you how many people you have? That thing, he's a liar. He's a liar because he updates every 30 to 90 seconds. So by the time you see this go up, that person is probably already gone. Do not wait for that person to pop in for you to start talking. You need to be talking all the time. Turn the little man off. Delete him from your mind. He should never be there. He should never be there. Look, there's two things that can happen when you're looking at the little man. The little man can tell you, hey, you have more viewers than you already had. Or he can say, hey, you have fewer viewers than you thought. So what's gonna happen? If you have more viewers than you thought, well, that's fine, right? You're gonna do exactly the same you were already doing. You're not gonna change anything. So it doesn't help you, it doesn't hurt you. But if you see that there are fewer viewers, you might well become a little sad or even angry. And what does that help for the viewers that are there? What does that help for your mindset? So all you can get is neutral or bad. Don't look at it. You can look at it after the stream. You can look at it after a month or even after 3 months. Just don't look at it during your stream. Monthly trends are the ones to care about, or so there's two sorts of trends I look at. Monthly trends are purely my own feeling, like how did it go this month, right? That's when I check. I also check quarterly trends. Yes, Frosty? Hello? Wait, you're not home? What you doing? But yeah, that is what you need to watch out for. Monthly and 3 monthly. No way. No way. That is incredible. Sorry. Freya has walked for the first time today. That's amazing. Oh, man, I'm so happy. Oh, no. Oh, no, wait. We're moving in 2 weeks. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. She'll have her own area there. Yeah, she's mobile now. Even more mobile. Hey, Katrina. How you doing? Oh, that's kind of cool, actually. Thank you for telling me, Frosty. That's amazing. I'm actually really proud. I'm very, very proud. Yeah, time to toddler-proof the new house. Let me see. Is there a way to stop the people trying to sell you artwork coming into your streams? Ban. Hey, Ravina, how you doing? Hey, Jace, how are you? Hope you guys are doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. Oh, that's amazing as well, Cryptic. Yeah, so she's been sort of meh about standing because crawling is quicker. And that she is now actually trying to walk on her own is fantastic. You haven't had any artists since turning on verified chatter settings. Oh, you know what? That is a great suggestion. You know what? I will show that. Look, if you're dealing with bots and hate raids and that sort of stuff, there is a very, very easy way to avoid this. What you can do is you can go to your moderation settings, go to the settings, and go to your advanced settings. Then, in your chat verification, set it up so that if your chatters, all chatters must have a verified email, or some chatters, as long as their account is older than a week or 2 weeks. Similarly, if you go further down, you can also do that for followers. Followers need to have an account older than a week, 2 weeks, or just all users. Personally, I think 1 or 2 weeks is the best way to go because there are a lot of legacy accounts which never did the activation thing, but they've been here for absolute months, right? And that is fine. This weeds out 90 to 95% of all the problems. If your viewer numbers included bots, you'd be killing it. That happens. Yeah, that's why you're like, okay, that's why Twitch doesn't count bots, right? That's part of it. Let me see. Hey, Lightling, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. Yeah, a week or 2 weeks is all you need. Jace, I saw you asking a question. There it is. What's my advice to getting the last task on affiliate? What is the last task? There are 3, aren't there? Followers, number of streams, and then average viewers. Let me see. Yeah, I prefer 100 or a week or maybe 2 weeks. Don't put it to more. I feel that can alienate people. Can you auto-ban bots somehow? Yes. No, you can't auto-ban them, Cryptic. But what you can do is you can absolutely add words to your banned words list, especially websites for bots. If people come in and say, hey, you can buy best viewers, ban the phrase best viewers, best followers, cheap viewers. Just ban all those. And then also add Seribot. Seribot is amazing. Really, really, really good. So it is just a Twitch channel. We have it here as well. But it's a bot that will automatically catch, I think it's Here, 18 million accounts. Shh. 18 million accounts. If they say anything in your chat, instant ban. Bye. Game over. And what it does, it actually detects from all these channels, these 200,000 channels, with how many people come in. And if the bot does the same thing in many places, it will automatically add it to a banned list. It's great. Seribot is fantastic. I have disabled the funny chat stuff, which is fair, but definitely have it to support you. I can highly recommend it. They're not even artists, Mr. Vincent. They're not artists. They are just people selling other people's art or AI stuff. Hey, ooh, Ilderim? Do I say that right? I hope I do. Can you do streams with an Osmo Action 4 linked to your laptop? Absolutely you can. How are you gonna get your capybara facts? Capybaras are amazing. They're incredibly good. They're fantastic animals. But we don't need that. You can make those facts yourself. You can also just set it up like that, right? If you want to do that, that is fine. I just didn't want it to respond to all these things and spam the chat full. Because I want to, like, that's my thing. I don't like too much bot spam because I want to talk with you guys. I still have to set up the rest as well. Like, the go follow me on YouTube, go follow me on Twitch, go follow that sort of stuff. I don't even have that set up to automatically post. You got cat facts and dad jokes, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. Go for it, Ketabyte. Go do your lurkies. Thank you so much for being here. And we will answer the next question. Because I have many.
Campisk says sweet spot for streams. 2 to 3 hours.
We already explained this, but I'll say it again. 3 to 4 hours per day. 3 to 4 days a week. Hey, Seamus, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing absolutely amazing. Hope you're having a good day. Let's do another one.
External_cryptic says if you want to Steam Insider area that's already populated like Project Zomboid or any other popular game, what's a good way to draw attention to your stream and not others?
Okay, I'm gonna... Sorry, what was the question? Let me quickly check. If you want to stream inside an area... It said Steam, and I lost complete control over my head. If you want to stream inside an area that's already populated, like Project Zomboid or any other popular game, what's a good way to draw attention to your stream and not others? I mean, the not others doesn't really matter. You're drawing attention, like, you're not directly competing with all these people. You're going to just try and do the best thing for you. That's the important bit. That's where you want to focus. And Jace, the average viewer one, I will answer that in just a second. Astro, I'm just going to call you Astro. How you doing? Thank you so much for the follow, you absolute legend. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. So yeah, as I was saying, the best thing you can do is, one, you can start thinking of like challenges and things to do on your stream that specifically work for your stream, but also make that stuff into interesting YouTube videos, YouTube shorts, and TikToks so you can start being discovered on other platforms and then bring those viewers back with you to Twitch. And especially Project Zomboid, because it has so many mods. You can do stuff like mod spotlights, modded runs, extreme difficulties, no difficulties, where to find hidden items, and all that sort of stuff. It's really, really, really cool. Hey, Sherry, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. So, as for how to get the average viewer one, you need to start building a community. Like, there's no hack here. There's no trick here. You need to start building a community that works for you. As for ads always happen, don't they? That does mean we can press the button. Let's press the button.
Jack Drag 0N says I often see streamers tagging, hyping, push for partner. Is this a viable long-term approach?
Oh boy. Oh boy. Apparently I'm not allowed to talk about this anymore. No. Look, I follow the streamer discourse, right, on Twitter and that sort of stuff. I'm not allowed to talk about this because apparently my opinion is wrong. Now, I don't want to say that doesn't mean, or at least everybody thinks my opinion is wrong. I don't. I think my opinion is, I mean, of course I do. It's my opinion, but I think my opinion is the most realistic. Hey, Grill Sergeant. Hey, Frozen Echo. And I will explain what streamer discourse? Yeah, my opinion about my opinion is wrong. Exactly, Charles. No, okay, so let's wait for the ads. I will explain. So the question is, you often see streamers tagging and hyping push for partner. Is this a viable long-term approach? Hey, Scylla, how are you doing? Now, there's a few things here. First off, this blew up. Absolutely blew up on Twitter this week. And I'm going to be honest with you guys. As much bullshit as people seem to get for it, as much trouble people seem to get for it, by making this statement, they were absolutely right. The statement was, if you have 20 average viewers and you have push for partner in your stream title, stop it. They then said stop being delusional. Don't completely agree with that, but still, just stop it. The reason for this is really, really simple. One, for partner, you need 75 average viewers. It's great that you want to become a partner, but you are going to be partner pushing for years. A year, maybe even years. It is not the be-all and end-all. It doesn't make you full-time. It doesn't give you anything except extra emote slots and a partner party at TwitchCon. It does nothing. Partner pushing, the only thing you're doing is you're making a lot of people try and support you, and when they have supported and you get partner, suddenly you drop back down to 50, 60 average viewers, and it was all artificial. I can highly recommend not partner pushing ever. Just let it happen naturally. And I say that knowing full well I never partner pushed on my partnered account, and I will never partner push on this account. Does that mean I am not going to tell you guys when I'm close to partner? Of course I'm going to say like, oh, we're on like 70 average. Let's see how the next while is going to go, blah, blah, blah. I might say that, but I'm not going to put it in my title. I'm not going to put it on Twitter. I'm not going to put it in the Discord. Nowhere, because you're just going to crash the moment you hit partner, and that is so much worse for your self-esteem. Plus, and I'm just gonna hook in on what Iona says here, partner is a terrible goal to have for a very simple way, for a very simple reason. Having partner as a goal is completely extrinsic. An extrinsic goal or an external goal, they're the same thing, means you have zero control over it. You cannot control how many people are going to show up to your stream. You have zero control over that. So why would you give other people the control over your happiness and your goals, it can be a milestone that you track. Have you hit it? That's fine, but don't make it a goal. That's why, personally, I don't think you should have follower goals, sub goals. They're fun, but they shouldn't be the main thing. Instead, you should work on intrinsic goals. Intrinsic goals are goals you have full control over. They're not output goals, they're input goals, such as make 12 YouTube videos. Or, I don't know, stream 12 hours a week. Or publish new stories, if you're a writer, every week. Right? You're making it, make a set number of clips. Absolutely, Panda. Also, obligatory Panda. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. But yeah, input goals are so much more important because they make you actually do things. Here, you're just waiting to hit that partner. Here, you actually do the thing. Holy shit, is this going to make you a good streamer? A good content creator? Holy shit, is this going to get you nowhere? Very passionate about this stuff. I am so sorry. Really, really passionate. I think about goal setting, about productivity a lot. And this is one of the things where I truly believe that a lot of content creators look at the wrong side of the equation. Do I have any videos on Twitch? Title/stream, info, SEO? Don't look at SEO. No, it like SEO is so 2015. It doesn't matter anymore, especially on Twitch because we don't have SEO. SEO is dead. Algorithms have taken over. You don't need to optimize your search engine anymore. Google does that for you. Let me see. Ildrim. I always say in my videos that it takes years to be a partner or have a lot of viewers. But to me, it looks like that time has decreased with TikTok Reels algorithms. If your content is good, you post on other platform, you can achieve some reasonable numbers earlier than before. What do you think? Look, when I say it takes years to become a Twitch partner or a year or years to become a Twitch partner, what I mean is on average. On average, people still take 5 to 7 years to become Twitch partner. On average, that is true. There are people that do it in 6 months, in 3 months, in 1 month. I know somebody that went from nothing to partner in less than 2 weeks. But then he is also a moderator for a very large streamer. And when he started streaming, the 10,000 viewer streamer shouted him out every single moment he could. Of course you're going to grow at that point. Right? That's just how it is. So some people do it in a month. Some people never reach it. There are people that have been streaming for 11 years and are still on 10 average viewers. Luck is a huge... No. Luck has no element in this. Sorry, no. Again, you're hitting something which I feel very strongly about. With the moderator, that's networking. He put in the work to become a part of that community. He happened to become a moderator. He happened to become the lead moderator, but he does the work to become that. And then the big streamer shouts them out. That's not luck. That's having the right connections. Even with people, let me pull something up here because I think you guys will find it interesting. Even if you look at people such as let's take, I think was it Jinxie? But it's a lot of big streamers. You will all agree with me that Jinxie is a massive streamer. But Jinxie started in 2019 and streamed to under 10 people for a year, to under 500 people for 2 years, and was stuck on sort of 1,000 viewers for 2 years before he had overnight success. But that is 4 or 5 years of him practicing, becoming better at the craft, publishing videos, becoming better at publishing videos. And then that overnight success is just a culmination of years upon years upon years of work. That's what it is. There is practically no overnight success. There is some luck, but it's mostly building your skills, building connections. Luck is minimal to non-existent. You just need to learn how to make good content. What are my thoughts on extensions like vidIQ, TubeBuddy, and stuff for dealing with YouTube videos? I've been using vidIQ for years at this point, and I think they're actually pretty good. It helps me detect outliers. It helps me detect sort of thumbnails that work. I can see the history of thumbnails, so I can see how they change their thumbnails, which helps me learn. But they're very useful. The free version is more than strong enough, though, Frozen Echo, for most things. And don't use any of their AI features. They're terrible. Streaming content creators, partners are a lot like pro sports. There's only a small percentage of all sports players that become pro. It takes time and effort. It takes not just effort. It takes an inordinate amount of effort. It takes so much time, so much energy and dedication that I want to say 99.5% of people, they just give up. They stop because it is just not doable anymore. Take, for example, I have numbers on this, by the way. Within the first 3 months, 64% of streamers quit. Do you know why? They thought it was a get-rich-quick scheme. But it isn't. Within the first year, 78% of people quit. Within the first 2 years, 86% of people quit. Just 3 months of streaming. Just 3 months of streaming. There's nothing about 12 hours a week. There's nothing about how much they stream. It's just within 3 months, 64% of streamers quit. Why do I keep muting myself? That's really frustrating. I think the button might become a little slow nowadays. I've been using it too much. Yeah, I may need to move that button. It's hard because it's the same input, but that button... I just need to push it a little harder, I think. You only beat the odds if you are dedicated for the long run. Yeah, so Era, one of the things that like every big YouTube educator, Twitch educator, like content creation educator will say, it doesn't matter if it's me, Harris Heller, LJ, I mean, it really doesn't matter. Content creation is not a sprint. It's a marathon. And that marathon can take years. By the way, here, the 2-year mark, this is where I will say you can even start dreaming, thinking about becoming a Twitch partner. Right? Before that, you're just learning. You're just becoming better and better and better as a creator. Hey, Titan Shark, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing absolutely amazing. Hey, let's go, Jan. That is awesome. Hey, Ms. Grizz, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing.
Michaelusa says one of my businesses will be setting up a new creative studio. Is it a good idea for me to stream building it out even though I have only been doing gaming streams?
1 second, guys. I will answer that question in just a moment. There's a baby on my... well, toddler now. Hanging on my leg, wondering what the hell I'm doing. Yeah, like... Look, there's her hat. She had a hat on with bear ears. I will be right back. And we're back. And we're back. She is very interested in what the heck I'm doing. But that is okay. She just walked over to me as well, which is nice. That is super cute. Anyway, I was going to answer a question. Sorry about that. One of your businesses will be setting up a new creative studio. Is it a good idea for you to stream building it out, even though I have only been doing gaming streams? Michael, I'm going to be honest with you. If you're building a creative business, a creative studio, you should already be creating content for that business. If that is editing, it doesn't matter what it is. You should be creating content for that business. Because as you create content for that business, you are going to gather yourself an audience. And that audience may not be big. They may be starting out with a few hundred. They become a few thousand. But once you are at like 10,000 to 15,000, right? Here is all the audience that you need to build your business to 5-6 figures a year. Easy. Easy. So go for that and then build that up and make content on that as well. If you want to know a really, really good YouTube creator to watch for this, his name is Dan Priestley. Knows lots and lots and lots about the creator or traditional businesses taking the creator path. And if you're streaming anyway, why not become the face of that brand? Mushi, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. It's great. It's really, really good content. Dan Priestley. So yeah, you absolutely should be doing that. Like, build that second brand. Build that brand. Make it your personal brand
Marianen
and
says,
build
how
it.
do I make up a name for my Discord server? I think I don't have a good one now.
Brainstorming. Like, what is your community about? What is it you want to be? What effect do you want to have on the world? See, for me, just to give you guys an idea, I at a certain point, or my partner channel is Mathman EU, right? Because I'm a mathematician. Okay. I then wanted to create the feeling of somebody on a Friday night coming into the local tavern, sitting down with a drink and hanging out with their friends. That was my main sort of idea. It was going to be a place where people could come in, grab a drink, and hang out. Talk to people they knew, see something entertaining, and that was it. So I was like, okay, tavern is fun. A bar, that's not really what I'm looking for. You know what? I have an English wife. I want to call it a pub because I want to give it the pub feel. And then I went, okay, now English pubs usually have a specific name. It's like the Red Rooster Pub or the Great Lion Pub. So I went with the Roasted Pie Pub because, again, I'm a mathematician. That's how I came up with the name. And for this community, this community on Discord doesn't even have a name. It's just Content Delta. The point is, you need to pick something that fits with you and that fits with your goal for your stream. And once you do that, you will find something that actually sticks. And feel free to rename it 15 times in your first year. That's what happens. That is absolutely fine. That happens, and that is okay. Theme, brand, catchphrase, exactly. The Crown and Anchor is a British pub here in Vegas. Damien, I have a question for you. A genuinely true question. When you walk into the pub, do you nearly lose your shoes? Is the floor sticky? If it's not an English pub. Sorry, it's fake. The floor needs to be just that slight bit sticky.
Teacher
Yes, that's
Emily
how I
says,
actually
"Do
judge
Twitch
English
views
pubs."
mean anything in terms of your success on Twitch?
No. VOD views don't mean anything. The only thing that means is, are people watching after you streamed? And usually the answer is not enough to make a difference. It is okay, then it's fine. Yeah, sorry. If you're in an English pub, needs to have like a little bit of stickiness when you walk in. You know, you put your elbow down on the table because you're talking to someone, and when you want to move your arm, you're realizing, oh God, you know, it gets sucked into the table. Part of the group, like part of the clientele, part of the pub. That's how this works. Hey aliens, how you doing? Hey Miss Lee, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Hope you are amazing. Pork scratchings. Oh, dude. You can keep your pork scratchings. Scampi crisps. That's it. Smith's Scampi crisps. That's all I need in a good pub. So on the other side of the country, we have an actual traditionally Irish pub run by Irishmen, and that is the only place in the country you can get that stuff. So we go there regularly. Hey Uber, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing amazing. Era, you started streaming regularly on January 6th and found your vids on YouTube a week or two later, started applying your wisdom. You made affiliate on February 11th. That's awesome. Why are you holding off? Why are you holding off until you have more followers and regular viewers? Scotch eggs, bangers and mash, bread pudding. No. I mean, Scotch eggs are great. Bangers and mash is meh. Bread pudding is good. But really, Guinness, steak and Guinness pie. Yes, please. That is... I mean, you could wake me up for that any time of night. Bangers and mash is meh. I'm appalled by this opinion. Look, Ketabite, I am very sorry. I come from a country where we have meat in our bangers, not sawdust. Which bread pudding, homemade or bakery? They are the same here in Belgium. Belgium has incredibly good bakeries. Let me see. I'm doing well, Uber. I'm doing very, very well, thank you. And Era, you're saying the ads are more of a deterrent than help right now. Not running them is a vibe. I hope helps you get more people for now. But the thing is, right, on the one hand, you can say, yes, that is true. On the other hand, why not get your community used to the ads now? And you'll get your emote slots and that sort of stuff. You'll get channel points. You'll get your bits and your subs. Those are not the important bit. It's that I really like the channel points, I think. You have to have decent sausages, not actual bangers, but still. No. If you have bangers and mash, sorry. If you have bangers and mash, oh, wait. Look. Then you need to have... Where are they? Can I even find them? I'm trying to find the exact brand. You guys, if you're British, you know the ones I'm talking about. They're like 20 in a bag for £5 in the freezer. They come in an actual sack. They're green logo, if I remember correctly, but I can't find them. Richmond's, that's it. Yeah. The cheapest ones that you can find. That's what, yeah, Richmond, exactly. They are vile. Absolutely. They are absolutely vile. But hey, that's how bangers and mash, I don't make the rules.
Damien Darkrose says, do you feel like new streamers should try to jump on the bandwagon and follow big streamers into new games and demos in your category? Or is it better to wait and only switch to that game when you finish your current game? Example, playing survival or Souls-like games and switching to stream Windrow's demo.
I don't think that is viable for you. I don't think that is viable for you. That is because, for most people, if a new game comes out, what is a new game? Berglin Gnomes is, I think, a fairly... Oh, Reanimal is a new game, right? I know that one is new. Now have a look at the Discovery Zone. Here, the top 2 lines. Look how few people you will actually be able to get because there are so many high view counts. You will not be at the top. And because you're not going to be at the top, you're not going to be found. Which means, in the end, you're just, you know, throwing yourself off a little bit. If you are going to do it, go a little bit later. Go when you have, I don't know, when it's been a few days or a few weeks and you see that the top 2 lines are sort of going to the 30, maybe 40 average viewers. That's where I would try and get in on the action. In all honesty. Hey, Hezkez, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. What if you're already not in the Discovery Zone? Then definitely don't do it. You're going to be all the way down the list. Right? Stick with what you know best. Where you can grow. That's my opinion anyway. Iona saying, I don't think I've ever finished a game on stream. I definitely have. A few of them. Is live streaming on Twitch a Dungeons & Dragons game or aspects of it a thing? Absolutely. Actually, Mr. Vincent, We have a few people in our community that have done or do that on a regular basis. We have a few DMs that even do their game prep live on stream. Yeah, go check them out. 100%. Jump into the Discord, ! Discord, and you can hook up with them as well. We have a channel for tabletop RPGs, and they will be able to give you a bit more info. Specifically, you can ask Ash Kapow, who has done this in the past that I know of, and can give you a few tips on how to set this up. I played in one of his games, which is why I know he has. Absolutely. Absolutely. It is ads, though, so it's time for the next question.
Mama Sugar says, should new streamers, content creators look to joining a stream team for growth?
Discord, Mr. Vincent. Should new streamers be looking at joining a stream team for growth? No. Nope. Stream teams, look, there's three types, but let's say two types of stream teams here. There are stream teams you get invited to. These are usually quite exclusive. Sometimes they'll do like an application thing, which allows you to join their team, at which point you can absolutely apply. But usually they are very limited. So they'll accept a few people, or they do it on invite basis only. When you are a new streamer, when you are just starting, you are not going to get invited to those. You might be able to sign up, but you definitely don't get to be a part of such a team just willy-nilly. And then there's the other type of team. The other type of team is the team that will accept anyone. Now, those are usually so filled with people trying to help each other grow that it doesn't help. It doesn't actually build your channel. And the problem that you're going to deal with at that point is when there's hundreds or even thousands of members, the only people it benefits is the people at the top. Intentionally or unintentionally, people are going to be rating the moderators, the managers, and the leader of the team. Otherwise, it's not going to help in the slightest. We are Saknika. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Sorry, I had a stream team in mind there, which I will not talk about. Saknika, thank you so much for the resub, you absolute legend. Enjoy the 30 days of ad-free viewing. Enjoy the 30 days of emotes. I am doing very, very well, thank you. Yeah, apparently Freya started toddling today, so that is awesome. I can't wait to see that tomorrow. Saknika, let's just say that they enjoy gaming, and they do so globally. Never been a fan of that structure where people can just join in, right? Ta-da! Done. And it doesn't help growth at all. In fact, in many cases, it can even stop growth because you start, like, it's great to have a network of other streamers, but 9 out of 10 times, you're now stuck in this network without the ability to build your own network because you're already supporting so many streamers, but they might have no overlap with you and you don't like what they're doing, but you feel obligated to be there because you're in a stream team. And that is the worst situation to be in. You need to be able to discover your crew, the people you like hanging out with, the people you enjoy as a streamer on your own. Hey, Square Wheels, how you doing? I watch your short on streaming every day at the same time. What if you have a job? Okay, I don't mean streaming every day at the same time, right? I don't mean 7 days in a row. What I mean is whenever you stream, try and start at the same time. Now you're curious if the team's communities you like and thought about joining are good. You mentioned one of the streamers earlier, Nerdy Northerner. As far as I know, I don't know many people in the Nerdy Northerner's crew, but I have heard things about the Nerdy Northerner. I have looked at this, at the Nerdy Northerner specifically, because people have asked me about this before, and I will say, generally speaking, I have not seen any negative outlets about the Nerdy Northerner. And actually, I quite like his content. If you want to avoid drama, don't join a stream team. I will say, yeah, there are a lot of stream teams that do cause that as a problem. Bruin Reds Gaming, how can you make an aesthetic Discord server? I'm going to make you an aesthetic Discord server in 3 easy steps. Step 1. Type !Discord. Step 2. Click the link. Step 3. In the Discord you have just joined, you are going to go to product downloads. There is a beautiful template here. You can click for free, and boom, you have a Discord server. Apparently, the template has been used by 584 people. That's the first time I see that. Had not expected. There you go. That's it. You're done. Can I name and shame? Please don't. Are you talking about... What are you talking about? Oh, no, please don't. Yeah, that's the best way to go. Because then you get one with all the roles and everything on top of it. Do you know how... let me see. Mrs. Lee. Mrs. Lee. Speaking of switching games, you started posting puzzles, YouTube shorts from your RE4 streams. Was going to switch to RE9 when it comes out next week. Yay or nay? Up to you. Completely up to you. The best thing I can say, Miss Lee, is give it a try. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, then after a week you can go back to RE4 and return to RE9 later. That's how I would do it. Yes, thank you. Do you know how to stop OBS and ATEM plugin from having sputtering Twitch and TikTok streams? I have not... like, which ATEM plugin are you talking about? I have not experienced this with the multi-stream or OBS. I use vertical, multi-stream, and OBS. I don't use their paid feature, and I don't use their stream... thing. They have now this whole overlay that you can get. I don't have that one either, so I don't know. Lil P, how do you think the upcoming Discord changes will affect streamers? Stream Suite. Thank you. Yes. Chronically Absent, I have not actually experienced that, so I won't be able to tell you. The best thing to do is check with the ATEM Discord. Ask them. They can help you best. How do you think the upcoming Discord changes will affect streamers? Are you talking about the age verification? Because I think the age verification is dumb, but necessary when you want to become, like, a publicly listed company. How is that going to affect streamers? I think a lot of people are going to switch to different platforms in addition to Discord. And I think that is a mistake. Also, yeah, just don't have NSFW sections. It will absolutely still be used. It will, like, there's no chance that Discord is going to be abandoned by anyone. Let's go, Mr. Vincent. Thank you for joining. You should have no issue with that. Not in the slightest. Let me see. Yeah, no. Personally, I think there's going to be, like, a lot of people are switching to TeamSpeak or Ventrilo. Ventrilo doesn't exist anymore, I think. But TeamSpeak, Fansly, all these other places. But honestly, I think this is going to be one of those routes that's forgotten in about 3 to 6 months. That's it. That's all that matters. Ventrilo does still exist. Well, there you go then. TeamSpeak apparently had such an influx of new people that their US servers completely overloaded. I'm not there yet, Slaughter. No. So, in the end, I don't think much is going to change. I genuinely don't. Look. Hey, TD, how you doing? You absolute legend. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing amazing. Look, I'm gonna say something here, and I'm gonna be really honest about it. Face-based age detection is becoming more and more prevalent. We see it with Twitch. We see it with bank apps. You can see it with PayPal. You can see it with so many places where they just, oh yeah, quick selfie to verify that you are you, right? That one. And the thing is, it is going to be something that's going to happen more and more. And it is going to be something that we as people are just gonna have to get used to. It is one of the 3 wings of security, and we, as people, are going to see this happen more and more. I, personally, still think it's better to upload my face than to have to send in my full ID. But I will say, people are working to solve this. Right? People in the group I work in are working on anonymized credentials, on selective disclosure, on all these things. But it's just still a little bit away. It's not safe, and they want to add a dating app on it. On what? On Roblox? That'd be dumb. They don't know. I don't believe that. Roblox's whole money-making scheme is take your parents' credit cards and spend their money. Or at least it used to be. I don't know if they cleaned that up yet. The biggest issue that the companies in charge of storage have no OPSEC. I don't agree with that. I think if you look at the company specifically, that, for example, like Discord doesn't. But in my opinion, your facial recognition shouldn't run through Discord at all. You get sent to a third-party website such as Persona, then send it to them, and Persona sends a token to Discord saying yay or nay. That's the way it should be going, because companies like Persona do have OPSEC. Not good OPSEC, don't get me wrong, but they have OPSEC. Persona has even sketchier issues. They sell data. How else are they going to make money? Like, I'm sorry, I sound very blasé about this, but that is because I am very, very deep into this. And yeah, that is absolutely an issue. I fully understand that. That is absolutely an issue. And I'm also completely agreeing with that. It's terrible that these companies are selling data, especially because most of the data that they sell at the moment is either to biometric companies, to AI companies, and your data just gets used for training while you don't explicitly agree to this. Well, you press the button, but nobody reads the thing, right? And if you do read the thing, you don't understand the thing. And that is a problem. And if you look at, so that's why one of the things that my research group is actively working on is something called anonymized credentials. And it's something new that they're introducing from the European Union in the next 5 years. They're doing this, they're working on this. You're gonna get a European ID. The European ID will have your name, your age, your address, your driver's license, all digitally attached to it. You might say that's a problem, but you know, it's just a thing. Let's accept that is a thing. What the anonymized credentials is going to do is you can go to, for example, rent a car, and the car, the rental company will want to know, are you over a certain age? For most rental companies, that's over 26. And they also want to know, is this actually you? All you need to do is give them the card, they go beep, and instead of seeing all your data, all they are going to see is they are going to give you they are getting the name and are you over 18 or not? That's it. That is what is called anonymized credentials or partial not partial. I forgot the name now. Blah blah disclosure. And that is going, they are working on this slowly but surely. Twisted Realm. There's no reason to have to use many different verification platforms. It's a clusterfuck right now. You would rather tokenize your ID with one provider and use that as a proof. We're in a world where having a credit card no longer equals 18 plus as an ID. And the AI facial recognition tools today can't even pass if you're wearing glasses or have a beard, by the way. Huge problem for me. Genuinely. But that's the thing, Twisted Realm. The EU is now actually doing this. The EU is in the process of creating a digital ID for each EU member, which does does selective disclosure, which does anonymized credentials, which will allow us to use one card, the government, who already has all this information in the clear, so it's not like you're trusting a new party, it's just a party that already knows. And you can in 5 to 10 years disclose your identity in that way, disclose your age without showing, like, are you 18 plus? Yes or no. Not, this is your date of birth. No more scanning of your ID at hotels and that sort of stuff. That's what they're working on. The problem that we're dealing with now is that is going to be an EU thing. That is not going to be something that is going to be accepted by countries like, well, the UK doesn't really have a system like this. The US doesn't even have a digital registration that is foolproof. I mean, you guys are using what's the thing called? The tax thing. Your tax number. There was the US has I can't remember what it's called. Social Security number. That's it. And the Social Security numbers are not even allowed to be used as a method of identification. Because if you take your Social Security number and do -1, that is probably the Social Security number of somebody that was born on the same day in the same hospital as you. Because that's how they get assigned. It is a terrible system, and it's like this idea of EIDs or centralized ID just does not work in most countries. The national insurance number is, by the way, Twisted Realm, a centrally registered number, but actually they don't know your address. When you move in the UK, you don't have to tell anyone that you've moved, technically. Neither are birth certificates. When you first got your state ID, they told me to get a passport and I was born here. Yep. Council tax. You know what? Your address is not linked to your NI. Not unless you tell them. You can apply for council tax without reporting your move to the other council. And council tax is a different system than the NI. There's no central ID. Except, or no centralized electronic ID. Well, that's the thing, right? So I'm not going to show it, but in the EU, or at least, yeah, in Belgium, we get a card. It's called our EID. It has all the data on it. Whenever we move, we need to let them know. The government taxes are filed under that number. If we need to go to the doctor, we use that number to link it to our health insurance. It's a number that is used the same way as the US Social Security number, as the NI, but it's not centralized. Yeah, DigiD is the Dutch version of this, right? We have that as well. The whole of the... yeah. And that's the thing. NI is National Insurance Number. National Insurance. It's for taxes. It's similar to the US Social Security. It's not the same as a central digital identification system. Oh boy, have we run off track. We're now in my other my other wheelhouse. We are definitely in my other wheelhouse. This is what I do on a daily basis, by the way. If anybody wondered and doesn't know, I'm a mathematician. I'm a cryptographer working on internet security. The thing that I mostly work on is called multi-party computation, which allows multiple parties to compute on encrypted data without revealing the underlying data. It's my day job. It's what I do. So this sort of stuff is something I am really, really interested in. I know a lot about, and I could talk about this for hours. Absolute hours. BDG, thank you so much for the 100 biddies, you absolute legend. And Angela is an angel. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, we're in offline mode of Mathman. That is true. Yeah. This is me in offline mode. This is what I do. 40, at the moment, 60 hours a week. It's insane. But I will answer the next question.
Here is Voltil says so. I have finally decided that I want to start doing a series of campaign world building.
Nice.
But do you have any advice to how to go about scripting videos for YT? I kind of feel
Fortnite.
overwhelmed when I try to put it to paper.
That is completely normal. I have a lot of things that we can talk about regarding scripting. But the one problem that I would say there is with scripting is everybody has their own style. Everybody scripts, everybody works, everybody does these things in their own way. However, there is a general idea, and I will share with you the general idea that I usually go through and that most creators that do long form content will go through every single time. So, Hey, Specking, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. SE, that would be definitely be possible. So what you're going to do is the first thing is you come up with an idea, right? You might have an idea for a specific video you want to make. How to make maps. How to decide on religions. How to... It doesn't really matter. You just pick an overarching idea. The second thing you should do before you even start researching, SRX, thank you for the 10 biddies, is that you are going to write a bunch of titles and make 2 or 3 thumbnails. Not perfect, but at least directionally clear. Step 3 is research. Now that you have a title and a thumbnail, you know the first few sentences of your video are going to have to reflect this. So now you're going to do your research. Now you're going to talk about, like, write down specifically what are the things that could be interesting here. Note what could be interesting here. Step 4 is then your storyboard. This is where you choose from all the research and interesting things that you've done 3 things for every normal video or 5 to 7 things for a listicle. For anybody that doesn't know what a listicle is, think BuzzFeed. For anybody that doesn't know what BuzzFeed is, get off my lawn. So a listicle is just the 5 best things about, the 7 best things about. If you are doing a normal storyboard, it's 3 things. It is 3 lessons that you want to give them, and that's it. You can add a bonus 4th, but usually 3 things is as much as you can put in a video without your viewer getting overwhelmed with the info you're giving. And then you start scripting. And how do you start scripting? You start scripting your hook first. So, confirm what they are watching is correct. Tell them why this is interesting. Then tell them what you are going to do. Then you're going to go into the content. And you're just going to talk about these 3 things or the 5 things in your listicle and nothing more. And then you do a call to action somewhere in between. And your end call to action is always the same. Okay, now you've learned about X, but if you want to learn about Y, then I've got a video for you right here. That's it. That's the whole thing. Go watch the next video. So what about these videos that are like the top 30 beginner tips for this game? Better to split them up? No, because then you're doing a listicle with short, quick tips. And they are really good for views. I talk from experience. Hey, Fortnite. No, I've been mostly answering questions for the past 2.5 hours. Oh, wow, that feels a lot longer, actually. I thought it was a lot longer than that. Anyway, no, we are going to do them, but I first want to go through the questions because that, for me, is the most important part. I'd rather answer questions all night.
Suited Soldier says, how do you handle your titles before you start streaming? I've tried so many ways, some work and some kill me hard I feel, or is it mainly the game I choose?
It will be mainly the game. Your titles... The way you can do your titles is what you do very simply, actually, is your title is just going to be, what are you going to do today? Tease people in. Give them a little bit of clickbait. And that's it. Like, for example, if you look at my title right now, it is reviewing your streams. Because that's what I'm going to do. If people want to see me review streams, which we will do in a moment, that is what we do. Hey, Judo Chop, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. And that is it. That's the whole thing. You just tell them exactly what you're doing. And make that a little bit curiosity. Yeah, totally clever reference. Works as well. Challenges. Right? If you're playing Tears of the Kingdom, playing Ganon without playing Ganon? No. Completing the game without weapons. Completing the game without blah. One of your best clips has the title, I should have listened to my wife. That is a very good title. Also very good advice. Is streaming old PS4 games worthwhile? Yeah, there are people that absolutely love retro games. Not that the PS4 is retro yet, but yeah, absolutely. The thing is, if you have a tight clip that's titled, I should have listened to my wife, what's the clip going to be about? Nobody knows, but everybody wants to know what you should have listened about. That's how this works. Great. PS4 released 13 years ago, no? Don't ask me. I haven't touched a console in years. Literally years. Also, I believe the PS3 is officially retro. What's a console? I'll show you. I've got a really good console to show you. Look. That's a console. It's where you put inputs for your spaceship to go through space. Yeah, that's what we're talking about here. You don't like that one? Make it more Battlestar Galactica? Okay. Wait, I'm gonna make it more Battlestar Galactica. Does that help? Is that helpful? Is that okay? Anyway, that's a console.
Suited Soldier says, would you recommend a Discord channel for your community? Especially since they're about to make big changes. Suited's cooked.
Okay, fine. One last one. Just because Frosty asked it. She wants to see Firefly. I don't know why. I don't find them that interesting. But that's fine. If this is what Frosty wants, Frosty can see it. Yeah, I already answered that one. Yeah, hey Ribs, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. That was just a string of dad jokes, Light Wraith. And you know what? It works.
Suited Soldier says, okay, how do you take the YouTube Studios info it gives you on your shorts, understand it, and get better?
Okay. So there are two big things that you need to consider when you're looking at the... Well, actually, there are three things you need to consider when you are looking at your YouTube Shorts. And the first one is probably the easiest. Views. Look, if you get 100,000 views, that's probably a good short. If it's 500,000 views, that's probably a better short. Don't need the analytics to understand that part, right? The second thing you want to look to is swiped versus viewed ratio. And your swiped versus viewed ratio is going to show you how swiped versus ratio. You know what? I'm just gonna, you guys didn't see that. It's fine. There. Swiped versus viewed ratio is how many people swiped past in the first 3 seconds versus how many people stayed and watched. Hero Taro, what if Shorts gets 1.6 or 6.6? Well, the one for 6.6 is probably better. And I bet if you look at the swiped versus viewed ratio, the viewed ratio is going to be a lot higher on that second one. And if it isn't, then you will check the next thing, which is average view duration. How long do people watch your short before they scroll on average? And attached to this, there is a little graph. And if you look at that graph, you can see exactly per second how many people are watching. And what you want to avoid is this. You want to avoid massive drops. Even if they go down here, that's even worse. Because that means you've given the value away too early and people didn't need to watch anything more than that. Hey, I'm gonna... Sri, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing absolutely amazing. Similarly, the things you do want is this. This is people didn't find this super interesting, but here they found a new piece of interest and they scrolled back, which is always good. That means you did something really well there. And of course, you also want to see how many people got to the end. But that is usually, I mean, sometimes with for some people that is 20%, for some people that is 40%, for some people that is 80%. It depends a lot on how long your short is. The shorter your short is, the more people will make it to the end. But on the other hand, the less view time you get, and that is not necessarily a good thing. If you have a 5-second short that's watched 50 or 70%, or a 60-second short that's watched 50%, of course the second one is going to get preference in the algorithm. You hate it when shorts do a story, but then are like, click the blah blah for the rest. No, don't do multiple parts. Multiple parts are bad. Don't do them. Just no. Sorry, I also don't like multiple parts. Let me watch your story. If you're cooking something, I want to see you eat that shit and tell me if it's good or not. If your shorts dip after 10 seconds, then you probably need to work on your delivery. At the same time, how visible will your videos be if you're new? You've tried YouTube for 2 years on and off. You've gotten no views. That's because you're doing it on and off. YouTube loves consistency. Viewers love consistency. I talked about this earlier, and I will say it again because it's important. For a viewer to bind themselves to you, you need 7-11-4. 7 hours of content, 11 touches on 4 different platforms. So 7 hours of content over 11 touches over 4 different platforms. These, by the way, are marketing terms. A touch, I will explain in a second. What this means is, first off, you need to have 7 hours of content. Secondly, 4 platforms that could be YouTube, YouTube Shorts, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, Twitch, in real life, advertisements, it doesn't matter. 4 different platforms. And a touch is every interaction with you as a creator. So if you are if you create a video and people click on it, that's a touch. If they see you in a short and they watch you, that's a touch. If you see an advertisement for Coca-Cola in the street, that's a touch. It just means, have you come in contact with the brand? That is the touch. And that is, it's a marketing term. Don't worry too much about being touching, but that is just what they call it. And if you do that for 7 hours, 11 touches for 4 platforms, people are probably going to remember you. If you have something interesting to say. You call Coke a bad touch? I mean, it doesn't matter how bad or good. It's just, have you seen them? Have you been there? How many people don't say, there's no such thing as bad publicity. All publicity is good publicity. That's also not true, by the way. That's the thing. You did videos once a week for 6 months and still had no views. When you say no views, are you saying you got 20 or 40? Because I can give you a bit of an idea. If you look at an average channel, it will take them about 100 videos to reach 1,000 subscribers. It will take you about another 200 videos. No, about another 100 videos. Full form videos, not short form. Shorts has a completely different a different thing. But it takes you about another 100 videos to get to 10,000 subs. It is a years long investment. If you have done, like, if you're really not getting views and you're not enjoying what you're doing, then do something else. But if you want to grow on YouTube, you need to absolutely focus on building your skills over every single video, and then you need to post for 2 years every single week. And this is not just me saying this. There's loads of people that say if you don't post for 2 years every single week, you've not given YouTube a try. Yeah, exactly. But that's what I'm saying, right? Evaluate your titles, evaluate your thumbnails, become better at speaking, become better at writing your scripts, etc., etc., etc. That's how you build skills. You need to really invest time and invest energy into this. Yeah, react to the stats. Pick one thing to make better in each vid. And also, make dedicated content as well. Very important. That is really, really important. Not just
B24 Gaming
stream
says
clips.
after I make the Combine widgets, I add it as a source on all my scenes.
Okay. Guys, if you're going to ask questions, can I ask for a gram of context? That'd be really, really nice. I'm sorry, I have no idea what that was about. Which widgets? I have many of them. I just don't know. I just don't know. I am confused. It's for it's always the shoutout widget. Yeah, it's never the TTS widget, is it? Even though I updated the shoutout widget and it works now. It works well now. I'm just gonna skip it. Sorry.
Here is Voltil says a question to branch off the Discord one. Should I keep my streaming and YT content separated from my Pro DMing? Since both would kind of overlap.
Should I keep my streaming and YouTube content separated from your Pro DMing, since both would kind of overlap? No. No. Don't keep them separated. That would be a terrible business decision. Hey, Gyrodactyl, how you doing? That would be a terrible business decision. Look, I'm building a YouTube channel and Twitch channel to make myself a key person of influence in the Dungeons and Dragons space. I also DM as a professional DM where people pay money for that. But I'm not going to tell anyone that I'm doing that. Because if I tell people that I'm doing that, then I might make money. I might actually have a business. No, absolutely. Cross-promote, right? Absolutely talk about this stuff. But you don't need to be... There's a difference between telling people and shilling. If you are, let's say, right? If you are making YouTube videos, you might, at a certain point, use an analogy. And let's take your Dungeons and Dragons example specifically. Let's say you're doing a video on magic items in Dungeons and Dragons. And at a certain point, you might say, I was actually, I hosted a D&D campaign as a professional D&D DM, and I made a huge mistake because I rolled the deck, or I rolled the dice, and it gave them a deck of many things, and I regretted it forever. That might be a part of one of your points might be careful with giving too many magic items, right? And now you've said that you're a pro DM. You don't have to say anything else. People will ask if they can book you at that point, right? Once you've built that audience. Alternatively, you can also say, when you're doing this, right? You're talking about this and you're doing a video, you can take a moment and say, hey, if you always struggle with finding a DM that can host your sessions when you want it, then make sure to check out my website where you can book me as a pro DM for your sessions. I can DM anything from D&D 5e, 3.5e, Wild Sea, Pathfinder. It doesn't matter. You'd let me know and we'll find a time for you. I have some custom campaigns you're absolutely going to love, which is a promotion for yourself. You're allowed to do that too, because you're just making people aware of your business. Yeah, exactly. If you're going to do sponsorships for other people, but not for yourself, what are you doing? I mean, just to take this as a more real life example, right? If you look at it, how often when we talk about overlays and widgets, don't I pull up my own website where I go, if you go to the stream shop, you can find them right here. That's me shilling myself, promoting myself. I show people I have a website. I show where they can find the free stuff. But at the top, there's also a little button That's called book a call because I do one-to-one coaching as well. And that costs money. It's absolutely fine. You are supposed to promote your own business. That is just part of having a business. It's called marketing. Please do. Just don't make it incessant. Don't do it 5 times a video or every single time. Exactly. You're reinforcing the notion. Yeah. So it would be a good idea to put a link to your start playing in the widgets. You mean in your panels? Absolutely. You promoted your wife on your streams because she's a published author with a new book coming in April. But it's self-promoting as well because we share everything. Yeah, and that's fine, right? Just wait. I'm going to promote the shit out of Frosty at some point. Absolutely. I have no issue with that because, and this is another thing, right? We run a business together. She is super involved with everything that we do for Content Delta. And she will also tell other people about Content Delta. That's marketing. That's how this works. Yep. Absolutely, Saknika. And you know what? Okay. I'm gonna talk about something. I'm going to talk about something. And the reason I'm going to talk about it is because I don't want to push you to the wrong track. Eras, please, and this is for everybody that wants to make a product for themselves, a product they can sell, be it a course, be it a coaching session, be it a D&D game, be it I genuinely like any sort of knowledge product where your knowledge and your experience are the product. Don't sell to the 90%. This is a really well-known thing in business. The top 10% of your audience has over 60% of the spending budget. So if you're gonna make a product, it's okay to make it pricey. It's not for everyone, and that is okay. Because you also make free content on YouTube, free content on Twitch. So be aware of that. There are, I don't advocate for this. Yeah, the 80-20 principle, good stuff, absolutely. I don't particularly advocate for this, but there are creators that will advocate for if you're going to sell a product, the minimum price should be $1,000. I think that's a bit steep, personally. But if it works for them, if they have that authority, they can sell such an item, they absolutely should. El Fuego, no, we have one more question in the queue, and then we will start on that. Reminder, ad disclosures are still needed for your own stuff. On YouTube, absolutely. I don't know how that is on Twitch. I think for Twitch, it's only branded content. Your own stuff, they're a bit more free in, but if you want to be safe, just click that button. Absolutely click that button. Even if it costs you like $10 in materials, you sell your handcrafted goods for 25 to 30. Yeah, no, absolutely. Handcrafted goods especially have this massive markup. I think you could double that markup and you'd probably sell more, right? If it's good quality. You've done a price analysis for your DMing. A 3-hour session is $20 per player for full campaigns. I'm gonna be honest. That seems low. But that might just be me. $3 hours. Let's say per player. So let's say a normal is 4 or 5 players. Oh, per session. Okay, yeah, no, that's better. Yeah, that's better. $100 for a 3-hour session gives you $33 per hour. We're talking 5 people, right? Usually 4 or 5 people. Just make sure that your number is okay. Also, I would not charge per player. I would just say $100. If they want to do it with 3 players, that's fine. Just because there are fewer players doesn't mean that your sessions, that your time investment is less. Because you might be doing... Oh, that's how the website you work through does it? I think that's weird. Because you're still working on it for 3 hours during the session, plus your prep. So, just because there's fewer players, you should not price yourself lower, but that might just be me. I'm very strict on this sort of... You should price yourself after your cost, not after... like, you should price yourself after the value you deliver, not the people you deliver it for. But that might be me coming from a too businessy side here. I don't know the market when it comes to pro DMing. You need to always set a base cost to cover your time. Otherwise, you risk devaluing your own effort. Yep, 100%. Don't be Nintendo. I mean, I don't know what the comment means there, but... I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, no, don't outprice the market. Absolutely not. But be fair to yourself. Charging per player and pay for play? No. I think you should just pay... personally, I'm like, ooh, you know what? Fixed per hour. That is what I usually go for. Like, the reason I charge as much as I do for my coaching is because while I may have a 1-hour talk with you, before that, there's another 90 minutes to 2 hours. And then afterwards, there's another 90 minutes to 2 hours of work. So it's not just the 1 hour. You technically could, but the game does not start. Okay, so you set a minimum player threshold. That's fair then. Okay. Yeah, not that people start booking you for 2 people, right? Oh, I want one-on-one campaigns, please. Okay, now you're being paid $20 for 3 hours plus prep. Doctors charge for experience and you the stream doctor. I am also an actual doctor, just not the medical kind. Okay, there's ads. I'm gonna have a sip of water. That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, that makes sense, Eras. Okay, no, then I understand, right? That's slightly different. I get it. You know what's a really cool idea as well? I really like the fact that you're doing free one-shots. You absolutely should keep that up. And you could, for example, do that once or twice a month. And everybody that wants to book in, needs to sign up, and that's how you possibly also get more clients for your pro thing, right? That's delivering value. I can go really, really far and really, really deep with business talk. As I said, I have much experience on multiple levels, from sales to marketing to recruitment, but there is only so much you can do. But I genuinely believe that more people should see streaming as a business. Genuinely, more people should see streaming as a business. Because if you do, you are able to create a business for yourself and enjoy the life of a creator and entrepreneur without needing to wait for you to have 500, 1,000, 2,000 viewers, right? You don't need that. What you want to get to is you want to be a key person of influence that does free content, but also switches the content into paying customers, so it becomes a lead generation channel for you and your business. Hey Sarge, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing amazing. The streaming as a business angle is great for Content Delta. Thank you very much, Light Wraith. Yeah, it's been something that's I've slowly been angling that way. So just to give you guys a little bit of a I like doing this, right? I talk about my process as well to help you guys. I started Content Delta very much with the idea of I want to help new streamers become better streamers. Then it became I want new content creators to become better content creators, because just streaming doesn't work. You need to make content on other platforms as well. And the last 3 months-ish, I've really focused on this. How do you do streaming? I want to make you guys a creator business that can fuel a life you love, because I think that is the key thing that is missing from the internet. Like, how do you take the content that you make and actually make that pay for your day-to-day? And I will share everything I know. Everything. Because I just want people to succeed. If you guys succeed, I am so happy. Yeah, exactly. Teaching a person to fish. 100%. And because I have that knowledge, I like sharing it. And if you guys do something with it and then tell me, hey, it worked, that makes me super proud. Every time. Every single time. We do have another question. Stephen? Hello? You gonna talk or what?
Zilouette _ says
Thank
my
you.
first shorts did really well, 200k plus views. But the videos discussion type videos and don't mesh well with the type of content I want to make. Do I continue growing doing vids I know get good views, or do I focus on the long run but it will be slower plus?
Your first shorts did really well, but the videos, discussion type videos, don't mesh well with the content you want to make. You're already answering your own question. If you had a few videos that did really, really well, then I would 100% learn from that content. But if you make content you don't want to make, you know what happens? Burnout happens. You don't want burnout to happen. Take it from the person that has not long ago had to take almost a month off of content because I was so burnt out. You need to make something you love. This game of content creation, this world you are entering right now, is going to be a marathon. If you don't love, if you're not passionate about what you do, if you don't build your skills, you are in for a bad time, because you're going to end up in a situation where what you're doing right now is just as bad as your 9 to 5. And at that point, all you can think about during the day is, am I going to quit today or tomorrow? And everything you can do during the evening when you're creating content is, am I going to quit today or tomorrow? And that is atrocious, terrible, damning for your mental health. Don't do that. Make content you love and tweak it so that the content you love matches the viewer expectation. So, doesn't mean, right? Don't just make whatever you like. Make whatever you like within the niche that you have chosen, that you enjoy. Because hopefully you've chosen a niche that you enjoy. You answered your own question. No need to thank me. Yeah, burnout is absolutely terrible. Streaming games with good ratios are good, but streaming games and doing what makes you happy and comfortable is infinitely more important. 100%. 100% right. Yeah. I wouldn't even look in any other direction. Jace! Jace, thank you so much. Favorite moment of Jace's stream. Jace, what were you playing? Tell me all about it. Tell me all about it. I would love to hear. Oh, man. You watch a lot of you to help me. Oh, that's awesome. That's wonderful to hear. Thank you very much for the kind words. And thank you again for the raid. What were you playing? Tell me. I need to know. What were you doing? Twisted Realm is saying you can't pretend to be enthusiastic and project a positive vibe making content you don't want to be making. No, because you will absolutely sit there like... You played Apex and Siege. Man. I am so sad about Siege. I am so sad. See, I may be old, right? But I used to play when everything was still realistic. I stopped playing when Yana and Goyo... No, not Goyo, the other one. The Italian. The one with the projectors became a thing. That's where I jumped off. Favorite operator? Montagne. Every time. Monty, best Monty. Giant shield and I'm happy. Anyway, I'm hoping you had a lot of fun. I'm hoping you had a lot of fun. But that does mean it is time. It is time. Shield Ops will always be my favorite. I absolutely love a good Shield Op. It's time for me to add more people onto the wheel. Hello. Oh my god. So we've had 20 signups since the start of the stream, which I'm now going to add. Of course, I am going to have to quickly check if there are any duplicates, because sometimes people forget that they are already signed up. And then, yeah, 63. Stop it. 63 people on the list. And we are going to spin this. I'm going to leave you guys with a cliffhanger right after my bio break. And we're back. There we go. There we go. Okay. I'm gonna do one final check. Yeah, we did have somebody come in last moment. So let me just add that. Make sure that that was not a duplicate. It was not. Lovely. How many channel reviews do I do? As many as I can fit in. It also depends on the questions. It is what it is, right? I will do this again, by the way, next week. Next Friday, we are doing this again, mostly because by then, almost everything will be packed down. So I need to just have something that we can do, and that is fun, and that is this. So let's do the first spin. Who are we going to be reviewing? Ooh. Duck Company. First things first. We need to do our initial checks. Duck Company. I'm gonna open your Twitch page. And you better not be streaming. You are not.
What's up?
Hush. I know. That was your VOD. It's my bad, but still. And what music do you use? You use other. Okay. So we are going to have to watch out for that, but that is fine. Let's see. Let's have a look. What does Duck Company say is their biggest problem at the moment? Have 20 viewers for all my lives or more. I only get 4 or 5. Okay, so you're struggling with the number of viewers. Let's have a look-see then. Okay, there's a few things right off the bat. So we're in your stream. This is your channel. And first things first is there's no banner. If there's no banner, if you don't choose a color, people are going to get really, really confused about are going to be really confused if you're actually serious in what you are doing. That's what I was going to say. Hey, Event, how you doing? They are going to be really, really confused about what it is that you like. Are you serious? Are you not serious? Are you in there for a reason, or are you just streaming for fun and don't really look for viewers? Just throw yourself in there, right? Put a banner at the top, even if it's just the colors that are for your branding, and then on the sides you have something like a schedule or logo or something like that. Anything except the standard is better. Just make sure it's quite a high quality. Branding is super, super important. Willie, how you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're doing fantastic. As for your avatar, I'd like to see your avatar slightly more zoomed in on you. It's quite hard to see right now. I do like the yellow headset. You don't have a yellow head. Is this an older picture? That might be an older picture. I like the yellow headset. It works really well as an attention grabber. Ravenna Sky said you were pretty cool. I do my best. I do my best. How you doing, Willie? Hope you're having a good day. I like that. I like that. That is pretty good. As for your name, Duck Company, that is absolutely fine. I do see that yellow coming back. That is always really nice. It also really helps because it just, like the yellow of the headset, the yellow of your name, that sort of stuff. It's all there. We love it. We love it. So that's... Oh, there was one thing I need to look at. Your games. Ooh, that is quite a variety. Liar's Bar, Space Marine 2, Diablo, Ark Raiders, Sea of Thieves, World of Warcraft. That is very, very broad. So what I see here is that you're not 100% secure on what sort of niche you are in. Like, for example, Arc Raiders is an extraction shooter. Space Marine 2 is also a shooter, but it's not really an extraction shooter. It's more of a story-based or PvP-based 3v3 hero shooter. Diablo is an ARPG. Sea of Thieves is Sea of Thieves, really. And then you have World of Warcraft, which again is a very different game. So, as we were talking about earlier, this risks that you are splitting your audience. Specifically, if you are playing so many games, what's going to happen is that some people will love World of Warcraft, some people will want to play want to watch you play Arc Raiders, and some people will want to watch you play Diablo. And the chance that somebody likes all of these games is quite small. If you would only play Blizzard games, that would already go up because then you're in this cross-section. But the best thing to do, especially when you're really, really small, is to just focus on one of the games so that you get the benefit of getting all these people that could be potential viewers. I will say WoW is extremely oversaturated. So maybe aim for something like Diablo, which has a much lower amount of people. And if you enjoy the game, then that is absolutely a good idea. I think that that is a pretty decent planning for your games. Although the important bit is, of course, don't play those games if you don't enjoy them. Just try and stick within a niche or within a certain game, I'm going to say for a month, and see what happens. I think you'll see that more people will show up because there's a higher chance that they like what you're doing. I also think you are streaming in French, which is going to be really, really interesting. As for your panels, we have very similar designs on your panels, but then we have YouTube is red, Instagram is this darkish yellow, TikTok is green, and the rest is lightish yellow. Again, this is a great place to just pick one color. Pick the same color yellow you are using for your color and make that shine. You will have gray, black, and yellow as your colors, and that will give them a very, very nice branded outlook. I think that could be really, really helpful just to make everything look very, very professional. I have stream. I don't speak French, but I think this says stream every night at 9. As for your About Me, I have no idea what that says, but I can see what is already being called out. There is no business email. You need to have a business email, guys. I can't say this enough. I see marketers, game developers, all these companies shout every single day on Twitter, please, on your channel, in your About Me, in your description, have a business email. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how small you are. You need to have a business email for multiple reasons. Reason number 1. Drew Z, thank you so much for the follow, you absolute legend. Reason number 2, you need a way for people to contact you, right? To give you sponsorship opportunities, to give you free games, etc., etc. Reason 3, if there is anything wrong with your stream, if somebody wants to complain that you use their art, if you need to sign up for any things such as, you know, any social platforms, any back office stuff, if you need an email address where you can be contacted for your creator business, that needs to be your email. Make that email, put it here. It's super simple. Exactly, Veda. Yeah, you can get free games, you can get sponsorship opportunities. It is so, so important. €20 for a business email is nothing in cost, but everything in perception. It's free. Just get a Gmail. Like, that's okay. You can just get a Gmail. Gmail is absolutely fine to start off with. Or AOL or Hotmail or whatsoever. You don't even need a domain and an email account. It is just anything. Any way to contact you. Well, yeah, you could just do business Gmail. You could do just a Gmail account is fine. It doesn't matter. As long as you have one. People are not going to look at your email and go, business email or Gmail, that doesn't cost money. You must not be serious. No, they just want to be able to contact you. Come on. It's really not that problematic. Proton is more private. Yes. Proton is not free. At least not if you want a decent email storage. It doesn't matter what you use. Just have one. Why not free? Look, we aren't made of money. That is fine. Let's look at that schedule then, because apparently I was right. Light Wraith, just checking here. It did say 9 p.m. every night, right? Yep. Okay. Okay. We need to talk. If you're going... So first off, I don't think that you need to go live every single night. I think it's much better if you go live 3 to 4 nights a week and spend the rest of the time working on offline content for the game that you choose to go with. However, if you are going to make your schedule 9 p.m. every day, then you need to be live 9 p.m. every day. If you can't keep up with that schedule, which it looks like because you start 10, almost 11, 10, almost 11, and drop days as well, then you need to step away from your schedule and reevaluate. Being consistent and being there on time are super important. Your starting time is probably the easiest way for you to get people to come over to you and watch you every single day because you become a part of their routine. If you're not a part of their routine, they are not going to know when you're live and they are just going to simply forget. That's how this works. Libra, thank you so much for the Prime, you absolute legend. Enjoy the 30 days of ad-free viewing. Enjoy the 30 days of emotes. I'm doing fantastic. How are you doing? Libra, I need to share something with you. We have gone from a category 1 problem to a category 5 problem. Freya has started walking. Just saying. Yep. she is now mobile, which is, yeah, it's the end of the world as we know it. Yes, it is. It is very amazing. Honestly, it is. But yeah, as I was saying, so this is just super important for you to set this up and make sure that you can keep to this. How old is she? She is 14 months tomorrow. Thank you, Scoobs. I thought she just started toddling. Well, apparently, yeah, I mean, she has started walking without her hands being held. It's not that far yet, but she is actually walking. I don't know when it stops being toddling and when it starts being walking. I think for the parent, there is no real difference. You still have to chase them. And now they just become quicker. Anyway. When she starts running track, no. Give it a few months for her to build her confidence. Oh, she's already been doing that. She's been able to walk for a while, but was not secure in herself to do it without holding hands. Today, she actually walked over to me from the door. You saw something amazing on TikTok. A parent added weights to the toddler's ankles just to slow them down. You fool. You absolute fool. That is a terrible idea. You're adding weights to slow your toddler down, but that makes their leg muscles stronger. So when they can take the weights off, they're just gonna be fast. That is a terrible idea. You're just delaying the problem till later. Don't do that. Just absolutely ripped legs, running back and forward. Oh god, no, that's a terrible idea. Good for Olympic training, though. That's true, but no. You know what? Bad idea. Not putting it... No, you're not even putting a band-aid on the issue. You're actively just making the problem worse, because the moment she takes those off, that child is going to sprint. And they are going to sprint at such a pace that as a parent, you can't keep up with them. Just saying. Okay, let's have a look at your actual content. Naruto style, right? Dropping them and then just teleporting from position to position because they're so fast. Yeah, that's the style there. We're gonna go for a random video as you... Wait a minute. What do you mean, drop? Are there WoW drops again? Or do you have drop in your title while there are no drops? 1 second. I actually want to check this. I don't think there are WoW drops at the moment. It ended the other day. Okay, you know what? Yeah, the Murloc plushie I have. That one I have. I can't see when that ran, though. The 17th, it ended. So, yesterday, there was definitely no drop. And you changed your title from 2 days ago to yesterday. Don't have drop in your title if there are no drops. It is a bad idea. That is scamming your viewers. And you might get an initial influx of people going, drop, drop, drop. but then they are going to leave and they will never come back. That is what we call bad clickbait. False advertising, bad clickbait, whichever way you want to say it, it's not good. I am going to pick one of these, though. You had 4 views here, so I'm not going to go for that one. I will... You know what? We will do your most... I usually don't do the most recent one. Let's have a look. Also, the red dot to say it's a live stream doesn't work on a platform that only shows live streams. That's also a fair point. I'm going to turn down the music. And we are gonna have ourselves a little listen, shall we?
Hey, what's up?
And as usual, we are gonna go somewhere completely random. I thought you were taking... For a moment, I thought you were taking a drag from a very thick cigar. Then I realized it's just a Kinder Bueno. You're taking a bite of a Kinder Bueno. Threw me off there for a moment. We'll go there. What do we have here? Okay. First, I'm having a quick look at the overlay, and let's play.
Ah si, putain,
En
trop
plus,
con.
franchement,
Moi,
Au
j'ai
prix
pas
des
fait attention.
flacons, t'en prends 10 de niveau 2, ça va, ça coûte 20 PO le flacon.
Oui, bon, ça après.
Are you actually
Ah, les teintures,
in
on en parle,
a-
quoi, putain. Sans déconner, ils auraient pu faire un système encore pire, quoi. Ils pouvaient pas juste, on achète la couleur, c'est bon, on peut la peindre, quoi. Non, c'est une couleur par truc.
Hey, Ablian, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well.
Oui,
Hope you're doing amazing.
si tu lâches, t'as un quota de couleurs. Enfin, de...
Ça pourrait être pire. Hein, ça
Okay.
pourrait être des-
Yeah. You're on the auction house. What are you actually doing?
Ça dépend pourquoi.
Okay, you're in a group of 5.
Bah, pour se faire de l'argent. C'est dans les classes où tu te fais le plus d'argent au début d'extension, je crois. Si je dis pas de bêtises.
Sur de l'info, je suis pas sûr.
T'es tout bon pour le Bruto?
Merci.
Je vérifie.
Après, peut-être que j'ai loupé un
You're
truc, mais
about
du
to,
coup,
it looks like you're about to start a
on verra la
dungeon.
semaine.
Si, après, le golem céleste un petit peu, enfin 30 000 PO, le farm est long.
Le pire, c'est le
Okay.
fusion qui paraît.
So, I think for the first analysis, we have seen enough. And I think everybody knows where this is going. But we're going to go with it. We're going to go from the start. First off, I'm going to start with the biggest thing here. You have 5 people in your group, including yourself. That's 5 people talking all the time. But you are talking, or they are talking to each other. You are quiet. You're not talking to them. You're not interacting with the game. And you're not interacting with your audience. If you want to get viewers, one of the main things that you need to do is the ABC of live streaming. Always be chatting. Always. A silence becomes awkward after 5 to 8 seconds. And once you're there, people are just going to be like, okay, so this is not my place to be. Because you are in an overcrowded category already. Right? So you're going to be there with thousands upon thousands of other people that are chatting, that are doing these things, that are... Go away. There are no drops. You are doing all these things which are just... They are doing all these things. They are talking. They are enjoying themselves. They are showing that to their audience. And when you are just sitting there and you're not actually conversing and you're not doing these things, they are gonna leave. for Soda Poppin', for if they're German, Sauerkraut, who all stream, by the way, just saying, to Nerdy Northerners Guild, who all are streaming. There are so many people that will absolutely overtake you as a streamer, because as a streamer, you only have two things: the game and you. And if you're not there, you have nothing on all the other people out there. Nothing at all. So, you need to start talking. You need to start narrating what you're doing, talking, like have a push to talk button, have a push to mute button, I don't care. But you need to actively be engaging with your audience, with the team that you're in, and show that you're enjoying the game. What I've seen so far in these few minutes is mostly you sitting like this, streaming, playing World of Warcraft, and you don't even look like you're particularly having fun because you're not engaged with the game. You're not engaged with your audience. If you want to grow, that is one of the main things that you are gonna have to fix. Just have to. There is no other option. Well, there is one other option, and that is be a unicorn. But don't bank on being a unicorn. Hey, DJ, how you doing? I'm sorry, that's really, really harsh, but that is just the case. And if it's 10:30 and you are too tired to have that sort of energy, to be able to talk, to be able to do these things, then maybe stream earlier. Maybe stream at a different time. The hard thing is... The hard thing is doing that consistently. And also, you're going to have to learn that, right? You need to stream and talk as if there are 100 people watching. And that makes it difficult. I do really like your background. I like what you've done there. I can see some board games. I can see some signage, some colors. Your cam is nice and big. And it definitely looks like you've put time into setting up your stream. So set up your channel as well. Set up that channel. Make sure that we get the feeling that you want to do this professionally. Right? This is your business you're building. And then there is one more thing. And I know this is such a minor thing, but we're gonna have to say it. If you are playing the game and you are looking, please make sure that your camera is facing into the stream. Right now, you're playing the game, but for everybody watching, you're looking at chat. And we humans are really, really good at following the eyes. So why are you so concentrated on chat? Move yourself to the other side. Move yourself over your chat box, right? Which is something that a lot of streamers do. So you can whisper people without, it being seen, or be whispered to, or hide all the bullshit that people scream in trade chat. Please look into the frame. Look, just to give you an idea, right? If I'm sitting like this, you get the feeling I'm looking at your screen. I'm looking at your stream. I'm talking about it. I turn to the camera. I'm looking forwards. I'm addressing you. If I look to the right, I'm looking at chat, and that fits for everybody. But if I was here and I was playing the game like this, and then I go, oh yeah, I do like the new overlay with the instead of deadly boss mods. And then I look back here, it's like, why am I talking to the game? It is such a small pet peeve of mine, but oh my god, do I dislike it. It's just one of those. I am so sorry. Hey Ollie, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. Let me see. Twisted Realm is saying what a lot of people neglect is narrate what is happening and what they are thinking. Exactly. Talk about it. Talk about what you're thinking, what you're doing, why you're doing things. You're playing a mage. Mage might have massively changed. I actually don't know. I haven't played a mage since the new pre-patch. But definitely talk about it. Talk about what you're avoiding. Talk about the updates. Talk about how excited you are for Midnight next week. Frosty, we have a ton of delves to run in the next week. Like an exorbitant amount. Just saying, so you're aware. These are the sort of things you absolutely need to keep an eye on. Do I? Yes, I... Oh, are you done? Have you got the thing already? Damn. Then yes, I do. Yeah, I'm doing really well, Ollie. Yeah, my throat is giving out a little bit, but you know what? That's what happens when you've been talking for almost 4 hours. Yeah, no, absolutely. Feel free to. I think I need another 5k, so I'm gonna be grinding that quite hard. What else? I think that is the... Like, your consistency and your engagement... That's going to be the thing. That is absolutely going to be the main thing that's going to change your channel. And once you do that, I think you'll be in a pretty good place. Hydrate or dihydrate? This is my second 2-liter bottle. 2 liter? 1.5 liter. This is my second big. And you can't see it. But you can when I move it. Look, it's a disappearing bottle. It's fine. How do you feel about streamers who don't have a cam, just talks to chat while doing gameplay? It is important that you chat. Like, it's vital. And if you don't have a camera, that is fine. However, it makes it really hard for your audience to connect with you. If you don't have an avatar, be it a PNG tuber, VTuber, video, I don't care. If you don't have that, it's going to be really, really hard for people to get a connection with you because you are faceless. And in today's day and age, where a lot of it is AI driven, where AI slop videos and streams are becoming more and more prevalent, because just saying it now, we are going to see more and more AI streams coming in because it becomes easier and easier to set up. I'm going to say right now, if you don't have a camera, it's going to be really, really hard. Or at least some form of avatar. Hey, Dath, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. It works well for ladies more than men, IMO. That is completely nonsense. No, sorry. Okay. There is no difference in 100% of the cases. There is no difference. Viking Pixie, thank you so much for the resub. You absolute legend. I'm very strong on this because on the one hand, I hear this a lot of people that say, oh yeah, having a camera works well for girl streamers. That's not the case because there are loads of streamers that have a cam and do badly. There's also a load of streamers that have a cam and do great. And if we look at the actual numbers, like if we look at what the actual thing is here, if you go to the channels, the last time we did this, oh, holy shit, we have a female streamer on spot 7. Last time we did this, it was number 34. But if we go further, you can just see, like, these are the biggest streamers. And I think in the first, well, we're now on 40. So it's 1 in 40 at the moment. And it just, there, the second one. The problem is not female or male. Absolutely not. The thing is, what do we connect with? And humans connect with faces. Easier to connect with faces, easier to connect with eyes. I genuinely don't think there is much of a difference between men and women, especially on a platform like Twitch. Looking for a job for a few weeks, you're getting literally nowhere, but you're pushing on. Hey, you've released your first 4 book series for Amazon Kindle. That is awesome, Pixel. Congrats. Pow Pow, how you doing? You've watched at least 50 hours of my stream reviews. Very helpful stuff. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. Thank you for popping in as well. Hope you're able to learn from them. I know some of the things will come back, right? But hopefully there's little notes anyway that you are managing to get out of it. But yeah, I hope this helped. We are going to move on to the next person. I am going to mark off Dog Company because if I don't, I'm probably going to put them on the wheel again. And we don't need to review somebody twice. We're also going to add the new people. Oops. If I could type. Oh boy. Yeah, there we go. New people on the list. And we are going to do another spin. Right after we've removed the duplicates. Any duplicates? No. Here we go. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Ooh. Hero, thank you so much for the follow, you absolute legend. The Gaming Death Shadow. What a name. Let's have a look-see. Gaming Death Shadow. Here you are. You are struggling with views and titles. Are you currently live? You are not. Okay. I'm just gonna mute that. And we are also gonna look what sort of music you use. Your VODs don't have music. Perfect. Okay, let's have a look. Let's have a look. We have Gaming Death Shadow, a nice little nightmare in the background. But you have not chosen a specific color. Hey, 2018, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing absolutely amazing. Yes, it has turned orange. Just so you know, it has turned orange. So what do we have here? 424 followers. Very nice. You have that background. You've not chosen a color. You are gonna want to choose a color. Just make it something that matches your brand. It also colors the name in your Twitch chat, which is kind of cool. Something dark, maybe something reddish or black. Whatever works for you. However, there are already 2 things that I do think we need to address. The first thing being your avatar. Whoop. If we look at your avatar, we can see that this is really, really hard to recognize from a distance. And that makes you, as a creator, very difficult to recognize at a distance. So when I look at my followers list, you are probably not going to be one of the first people that I'm going to pick out to watch. a lot of people have this similar sort of color scheme, which does make it even harder. And that's something you do want to watch out for. Also, can I suggest that you go into your creator dashboard and then you go into your settings and into channel and then change your display name so that you have capitalization. It makes it much easier for other people to read your name, and it's gonna be so much nicer. Genuinely so much nicer when people don't accidentally call you Tega Mingde because they can't read what you're actually called. And Nemiria, thank you so much for the follow, you absolute legend. I had to check if that was the L in there or just a double I. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good day. So that is something that I would definitely recommend, just based on your front page. Let's have a look over here. We have High on Life 2. That one released recently, didn't it? Rocket League, Just Chatting, Dead by Daylight. I'm gonna be honest. If I imagine your name, Light Wraith, without caps, I would absolutely have misread that as just the Ligma Wraith. You are the ghost that gives Ligmas. That's everything. That's the whole thing. Skyrim, Fortnite, so very different games again. We have a Battle Royale, we have RPG, we have Dead by Daylight, which is Dead by Daylight, right? Rocket League, High on Life. Is that a shooter? Is that an adventure? Is that an RPG? It's a bit of a mix. It's a bit of a mix. So I'm gonna say that you have quite a wide net here, and just as we said for the last person, when you have this wide a net to cast, the problem that you're gonna run into is that people are not going to like every single game you play, which means you're slower or even unable to build a larger audience because people are not going to come back every time. And as much as people think that new viewers is the important part, no, new viewers are not important. Well, not important, no. They're not the most important thing to your audience. The most important thing is having people that come back every single time. Because returning viewers, that is where you build your audience. People you connect with. That's what I would say. You don't have many VODs and I'm not here for a review, but just want to thank you for your awesome videos. Helped me a lot with understanding how all this streaming thing works. Appreciate it and don't stop the hard work. Thank you very much, Nemiria. That is very, very kind of you. Honestly, thank you very much. So yeah, that is just something that I would keep an eye on. And hopefully you can get yourself some more returning viewers over the near future. Let's have a look at your about. What's up? I'm Death Shadow. Streaming games, chaos, and good vibes. Expect fun, random laughs, and real interaction. Follow the channel and join the crew. And then there is a Bible verse. Big time Star Wars. Oh boy. First things first. No business email. Secondly, that is not supposed to be there, I think. Thirdly, this is AI generated. Like my AI detector is going off and I'm terrible at detecting AI. So that is like 95% chance that that is AI generated. Which, honestly, it doesn't help you create a situation in which you feel like other people can learn a little bit about you. It doesn't really strike that nerve. And on top of that, your About Me should be about giving your audience 3 different talking points that they could come into chat with for you to have a good conversation. And here I get 1, which is possibly the Bible verse. I would go for a complete rewrite and then really think about what are 3 things that you know to be true about yourself. It could be a weird opinion, right? Like pineapple on pizza is good. It could be I'm a huge Star Wars fan. That's great. It could be I don't know, Star Wars Episode 8 was the best Star Wars ever. It wasn't. Whatever your opinions are, pick 3 things. Pick 3 things that are super engaging to your audience. Is he a Christian streamer? I don't know. If you want to share that your stream has been going very well, and I have to thank Math for that. Your advice has been amazing and has truly helped me my stream grow. Thank you, Math. You absolute legend. Thank you very much, Dath. Thank you very, very much. That is super kind of you to say. And you got the love rocket. Congrats. I got the butterfly. That's all I got. I didn't get a rocket yet. I also still need the other one, the broom. But yeah, that is what I would say. The love rocket. Yeah, no, it's a giant pink flying mount in World of Warcraft. Don't worry about it. Look, the WoW devs like a good joke, okay? Oh, it's ads anyway. Wait. Love rocket WoW. Look, it is a giant pink rocket. Like, there's no other way to describe this. There's also no way to describe this outfit in general, but that's something else. No, I said love rocket, Jarl Seamus, not bad dragon. It doesn't violate TOS. You got a cozy glam for Valentine's Day. Very nice. It is a giant pink rocket. Yeah, it is. With a furry seat for some reason. Anyway, so as we were saying, I will pause the review while the ads are going, and then we'll jump back in. Let's do a quick TTS, shall we?
Damien Darkrose says, is YouTube provided music fine for streams? Only using the sound on my starting soon, BRB, and raiding out scenes.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. If it's YouTube provided, it's YouTube safe. That's fine. Not a problem.
Suited Soldier says, what's on the menu for food today? Hamburger.
Meat's back on the menu, boys. But honestly, chicken soup. I have chicken soup for after the stream. That's it. But to go back to the actual review, what do we have here? We have Reaper Sanctuary, which is your Discord, Instagram, YouTube, your Throne link, which you probably should remove and then write Throne, Death Merch. So I'm assuming, you know, corpse cloths, masks, like death masks, and coffins, right? Maybe a t-shirt. I died and all I got was this stupid t-shirt. Actually, that would be a great t-shirt for you to have. Just saying. I'm going to look if you have that. If not, please steal the idea. Absolutely do. Okay, so you have all over print duffel bags, shirts, pants. Fair enough. A nice sarcophagus. Ooh, one of a kind, handmade. Hey, Kinney, how you doing? Good morning, good morning. Let's have a look at the rest of your stream, though, because that is the important bit. I just got curious. This happens. For your panels, you have 2, stream stickers and blurb. This is something where you really can extend your stream. You can take all these links and put them down here as well. Add an about me, add your rules, add all that sort of stuff. I would absolutely put those up. Could be really, really cool. Hey, Christian, you don't have 1,000 subscribers and you want to stream on YouTube. How do you do that? Is 1,000 subscribers the minimum now? No. Surely there are other... Isn't it like... I thought the requirement was a lot lower. Is there still a requirement? Otherwise, what you do, right, is you go into your dashboard, you click the go live button, and it will tell you, do you want to go live? You say yes, and then you get access after 24 hours. Yeah, so you just go to your YouTube dashboard, click the go live button, and you should be able to sign up. Yeah, okay, so that's definitely not 1,000 subs. It just has a 24-hour cooldown. That I do know. You need to sort of apply a day ahead. It's not like on Twitch. And that's to prevent people from scamming the place. So yeah, I would say panels. Put them down here. Give us more of an about me. Give us your rules. If you want a panel with your setup, all these things can be added. And it will make it look a lot more professional. And I think people will enjoy that. All you need is a donation link. Ablian, we're not all as successful as you are. We need to work for it. I can't say that with a straight face. Sorry. Ablian works for what was it 10-15 hours per short. I tried. I really couldn't. Okay, let's have a look. Yeah, 15 hours on the short, start to finish. Exactly. Okay, let's have a look. Okay. Okay. This is their week so far. This is the schedule. In all honesty, this is too much variety. This is way too much variety. Don't worry about the times. Times are in my time zone. But you stream... Wait, how long is this planned for? 3 hours. So 9 to 12 a.m. on a Monday. Rocket League. Then you have Mortuary Assistant, which is heavy horror. Overwatch, which is hero shooter. High on Life, which is semi-RPG shooter adventure. You have Fortnite, which is a battle royale, and then I'm sorry. I think, yeah. Okay, I'll return to the just chatting stream in just a moment. I would, if I were you, completely niche down. Niche down to 1 or 2 games in the same niche. And try to commit to 1 game or 2 games for 30 days. Hey, Andy, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. I'm doing fantastic. Because right now, you're going to play Rocket League, and that's going to bring people in. You're going to play Mortuary Assistant. Completely different game from Rocket League, so the people from there are not going to come back. Other people are going to come in. Then Overwatch loses both of those because now we're a hero shooter. You're not building a rhythm. And as I said just now, getting new viewers is not the most important thing to growing on Twitch. Getting returning viewers, people that come to your stream every single day, that's what's important. Hey, Elmo, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. That's where you want to be, and that's how you are going to grow. So by splitting your audience this much, that is really, really, really damaging to your stream. On top of that, because we're going to take this one step further, is the way that you have this many start times doesn't build a routine for the audience that you do have. They start at 9 here. They might be eating breakfast. They might be having lunch. They might be enjoying a nice evening, right? But then here, you're starting at 8:30, 9 p.m., and you go till 1 a.m. So they might be asleep or working. And then that happens again when you start at 8 p.m., which is an hour earlier for no reason, really. And again, having a consistent start time is so freaking important, because that means people know when you're going to start. People want to tune in. It's the same time, same place, every single week, which means people are going to come to you more often and quicker. It is so freaking important. So please have a look at that. See if you can line this up. And there's one more thing I noticed that I do want to mention. And it is your just chatting stream. No plan, just vibes, multiple games. You should not play, or you should not stream if you don't have a plan for that stream. As harsh as that is to say, if you don't know what you're going to do, you need to sit down and plan it. You need to have a plan for your stream, because otherwise you're just playing games while live. I started my stream this afternoon, today. I started my stream today, I think. I'm not sure anymore, but I do think so. And I knew that I was going to be answering questions, which is always a thing that I start with. And then we're moving on to stream reviews. During the stream reviews, people can still add TTSs. By the way, 18 TTSs is probably that's a record for this year in a stream. Anyway, that is how this works, right? Jack Dragon, thank you for the 200 biddies. I knew we were gonna be answering questions, and I knew I was gonna do stream reviews. That's what I was gonna do. If I don't know what I'm going to do, I do not stream, and I don't think anybody should. Anyone. Because you're not delivering value, you're just playing games while live. So think of what you're going to do and then go from there. That was about the About Me, Suited Soldier. Okay, let's have a look at your actual stream then. Because we are gonna go. I'm not gonna watch these streams because there will be people in the chat right now that are going to play that game. I'm not gonna spoil them. We will go with. Ooh. I mean, what's this? A little just chatting, and then a little Dead by Daylight. 34. Wait. Wait. 31 minutes. 34 minutes. 1 hour. 1 hour 45. Whoa. Oh boy. Okay, I was just looking at the scheduled streams. Quarantine Zone. Quarantine Zone, this is a stream of, I think, half an hour. Arc Raiders, Farming Sim, Buckshot Roulette, Mortuary Assistant, Fortnite, High on Life, Just Chatting. Look, I'm gonna say one thing first, right? Very simple. If you are not able to keep to your schedule, you need to change your schedule. You need to be able to dedicate time to streaming. It's not I go live whenever I play games. It's I go live and deliver a show. I deliver entertainment that provides value to my audience. If you promise a 3 to 4 hour stream, you need to be there for a 3 to 4 hour stream. With streams that are less than an hour, 60% of your audience is not even going to get an alert notification or know that you are live before you're already offline. This is really, really not great. I'm going to still look at one of your streams, except now I am rather limited. So I'm gonna go for your multi-game mayhem, because these are too short and these I don't want to look at. So let's just have a glance over here. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm gonna pretend I didn't see that. And we're just gonna watch some repo.
Fuck yeah, dude. Oh, it's filled with so much radiation. Fuck, not the baby. Go, yep.
Let's see.
And you fucking did it.
Okay.
Hell.
I have the volume full up for me. And I can hear the microphone. I can't hear the game. I can't hear the other person on Discord.
Yeah. Fuck yeah, dude. Fuck.
Whoops.
Don't forget the thing right there, yep.
Yeah, no, I'm not getting anything else. They are in a call. Yeah. They are in a call, and that other person is talking. So few things here. First things first, right? Where do I start here? Okay, let's start with the good, right? You're clearly having fun. That's an important thing when you're streaming. But I do think that you need to invest a little bit into getting to a point where the fun is not just felt, but also conveyed. A few things that we already mentioned. We can't hear your game on the VOD, so I'm not sure if that's too low or if it's not on the stream. The other thing is this person we can't hear either. So the conversation you are having is also really hard to follow. Then we look at the stream itself. If we look at the stream itself, there are a few things that I want to address. The first thing is the subscription goal. You don't need that up here. It's already in your about. You're not at that point, right? You are building. Light Wraith, YouTube please. You are building a channel. And the channel that you are trying to build is not there to get you money. At the moment, you are building an audience. So the subscription goal, get rid of it. Just move it away, right? It's just there for no reason. Second thing is, I'm just going to mute so I can clip it out without the bar showing. If we look at your camera, one, it's hidden by the play bar, right? Which is not great. Secondly, there is a lot in your camera which we don't need to see. First off, there's an overlap here. So that is something you can crop. But more importantly, there's also this whole area, and this whole area that are not your face. Hey, Onslaught, how you doing? Long time, my friend, long time. Unless I'm mistaken, but I feel like it's been a while. This is, like, we want to see your face. We want to see your reactions. We want to see who you are. And that, for me, is really, really important. Because otherwise, we cannot get an idea of what kind of person you are. Hey, Mixie. Hey, Pops. Hope you're doing well. Hope you guys are doing amazing. So that is definitely something that I would keep an eye on. Maybe zoom that in a little bit. Maybe give yourself a little bit more space and pull you up to the center. Like either side so we can actually see you. It is so important. And then the last thing. Oh, that's also an onslaught. You got yourself a day job. I mean, that's pretty good, right? I mean, that stable income definitely takes the pressure off a little bit. But it's good to see you. I'm really happy that I hope you're doing okay. I think last time we spoke, you were just about to or just moved. I think. I mean, that's fair, right? Easy stuff, good money, that's where you want to be. I want to talk about something that I have not addressed yet. And I think I need to address that with this particular, particularly with you, gaming, Death Shadow. When you're building a channel, when you're building an audience, when you're trying to become a content creator, one of the important things you have to think about is the way you are perceived by the audience, your brand, and how also businesses are going to see you. If your brand includes swear words every second sentence, you are throwing away a lot of the opportunities that are going to come to you, and it's also going to make a very specific audience find you, which honestly is not the audience you want to directly go after. Trust me. Based on experience. I've seen it happen to people. When you curse so frequently, a lot of people are just going to leave. They're going to find other people. That too. You do need to... if you use swear words every other sentence, you need to mark the content for such. And in the 2 minutes that we saw, it was... fuck this, fuck that, fuck the other. It just... No. It doesn't build a good relationship between you and your viewers. And then comes the last part, which is, if you are doing this, if you are building a channel like this, you need to focus on your audience. You cannot be talking to the person in Discord at all the time. You need to also talk to your audience. It is so important to have that conversation, even if there's nobody there. Right? Even if there is no one, you should absolutely be talking to your audience at all times. As a last little note, and I don't know what this is, but I see a sentence, "I got timed out." I hope that wasn't for self-promoting while you're live, but that's just me. That's just a slight warning. Is why you always turn off the view counter. Same energy to 100 people or to 0. Yeah, absolutely, right? And that is something that we talk about a lot here, because I think the view counter 1 is never completely accurate, and I'm not talking about people claiming that it's not accurate. It's just there's a delay of 30 to 90 seconds when you are looking at that number. But yeah, you do really have to keep an eye on how you present yourself to your audience. I hope that helped. I hope you can take this and really revamp and really get serious about your stream, because I think if you do, you can actually build an audience, a fairly good audience as well. Hey, oh, what is it with people's names today? I don't know how to pronounce your name. Is Labe okay? Like Gabe, but with an L? Please tell me how to pronounce your name. Hope you're doing well. You swear like a sailor, but mainly to Muesli. I can swear like a sailor as well, right? That's not the point. It's when it becomes a normal word. Everyone... Labsy. Oh, the Labsy lol. Is that it? I hope I said that right. But Lapsy, thank you so much for being here. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. But yeah, oh, to yourself. Yeah, I also swear to myself. And I will also sometimes say like, this is just, freaking dumb. Or something like that. But if you curse again and again and again, that's going to affect your audience. It really is. As silly as that sounds. People do click away for those things. I click away for those things. Guarantee you. It's just not fun watching. And I don't have a problem with cursing. I mean, if anybody's met Frosty, I do not have a problem with cursing. Or swearing, not a problem. It's just when it becomes much. That's where I have to take a stand for myself. Let's see. That means we are moving on to the next one. And we get to add Ravenna to the list. Let's see. Boop. No duplicates. Perfect. Yeah, Frosty likes colorful language. And I'm okay with that, right? That's no problem. But it's just that sort of... You need to sometimes watch out. You just need to sometimes watch out. And yeah, the way you talk, the way you sit, the way you smile, all those things do affect the stream. All the streamers you watch swear, they are all top 50. But do they swear every sentence? Like an occasional swear, I don't see a problem with. Not at all. But when you're building an audience, that is very, very different.
Exakini says, is it worth having a merch store even if you have very low followers or even viewers? Should you have a merch store from day dot or when you start growing regular viewers, followers?
You don't need a merch store. You don't need a merch store unless you want one. Really, you don't. Making a merch store early on, I would even say is something that's going to distract you from making content. And if it distracts you from making content, then that is something that you want to avoid. Because as you start out and as you build your audience, the thing that is actually going to drive your business, your channel forward, is making consistent, reliable content. And that is where you want to be. That is the important bit. Everything else, alerts, emotes, channel points, all that stuff, that is extra. You do that when you have extra time. If you have a Sunday where you have nothing to do and you're like, I'm gonna make some merch, please do. Feel free. But don't let it take away from you making the best content that you can make. And then we are gonna spin the wheel. Dank the Muffin Man. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I will have a little look-see at that. I will say, I see a message here, right? I think the ones who do it less are much more funny when they do it because it's uncommon. Exactly. And only when you get jump scared, says Essie. Look, I've had jump scares where I would just suddenly, like, I would get so scared. I would just go, fuck, balls, crap, you know, because of the scare. But you limit that. And because you limit it, or because you think about it, like, because it's front of mind, because you actually think about these things, it is something that becomes part of your brand. You start to see when things work, when they don't work, when it's too much, and that's something to work on. You just want to get that, but he's too low pixel to embiggen well, so you need to figure that out. Oh my god, that would be so great. Oh, Light Wraith, you can embroider him on like your chest, just in small. Why do people have jump scares anyway? They scare the viewers too. One, they might be in games. But secondly, if you're a horror channel, having jump scares that people can scare you with is a lot of fun for some viewers. However, I will say there is a lot of people that get hung up on these jump scares, and you do have a chance to lose viewers because of it, because you are not as lurkable. People can't have you on and work when there every 5 minutes is a scare. I like lurkable channels. I love lurkable channels. I want to be able to work and watch you at the same time. If you do that for me, perfect. Hey Manu, how you doing? Started watching you lately because I want to try streaming. Had only one stream yet because of lack of time, but I'm trying to figure audio out. Any advice? Your headset mic sounds trash. So there's a few filters that you can use in OBS. I have a video about that if you want to go check that out. But more importantly, I would see if you have a little bit of money. If you have a little bit of money, invest that in a decent microphone. They're not expensive. They go down to, like, between 30 and 60 US dollars. See if that is going to help you. Because at that point, you can produce good audio, and good audio is way more important than anything else. One of the biggest complaints I've received, and part of it is because I don't have a ton of sound redeems, is that they leave me my baking VODs up to help keep their pets' anxiety at bay, since they know there's none of that content. That is awesome, Saknika. That's really, really cool. That is actually really, really cool. But Dank the Muffin Man, are you currently streaming? You are not. You've been streaming for 10 years this year, and you feel you stagnated both on YouTube and Twitch. Any advice that could help would be appreciated. YouTube music. Okay, let's have a look then. Let's have a look. Okay, first things first. No banner. You gotta add a banner. We need to be able to see who you are. We need to get a little bit of a feeling that you are a professional person. Has Twitch really been around for 10 years? Yes. Yeah, I think it became Twitch in 2015? 2013? And it was Justin.tv before that. Yep. Wait, when did Twitch become Twitch? Twitch servers. 2011. And before that, it was Justin TV. From 2007. Whew. That's a long time ago. What's your perspective on one monitor as a beginner? Start with whatever you can, Trailblaze. Literally, just start with whatever you can. You want to begin with whatever. you have, and then you can improve as you go on. If you have one monitor, just put your chat on your phone. If you don't have a phone, find a program that can overlay your chat. They exist. I can't remember the name of it. And then the stream won't see it, but you will, which is great. Please use one monitor. You go whichever way you want. The reason, by the way, it's called Justin TV is because one of the founders is Justin Kan. So, for the first time, in the history of the universe, the answer to why do you do it is actually because I'm Kan. Which is honestly quite incredible. Twitch.tv is also not much better, right? But you know, we've gotten used to it now. Let's have a look at, okay, so Dank only plays Look Outside, or has only played Look Outside recently. Content warning, dad jokes. I'm a dad. Of course I have dad jokes. Let me see. So that is fine. You have a very unique avatar. That's absolutely fine. Just, yeah, get yourself a nice banner for your stream. Make it branded. That can be a little bonus thing, to be honest. It's good for your branding, and I love the panels. I love the panels. That is kind of cool. They're like clearly homemade. They're sort of cute. It works. That is fantastic. Okay. For somebody that plays Dead by Daylight, why is the command death by tits nuts? I am more confused than anything else. That's brilliant. Two panels are not like the others? Wait, what? Wait. All the panels are the same, except for this one, which is the store. The Stream Element store. Am I blind? Anyway. Let me tell you about the Muffin Man. That is fine. That's a little bit of an about you. You do have all your socials up here, your rules. For the foreseeable future, the times I stream may be all over the place due to work and school. Okay. That's good to know. Store and... yeah, okay, Muffin Man panel. That is fine. The Do You Know the Muffin Man does not have a header like the others. That is true. So this one, you actually can't give a header to. That is just an extension. But here you could absolutely have a Muffin Man header. As for your About Me, are we going for a clean sweep? There is no business email. Please add a business email. Please. You need to have a business email. I'm not going to explain again why. I don't think we have had a single one that had a business email today, which is crazy to me. As for your About Me, it's a little short. What you really want to look for your About Me is 3 different things. 3 different things that I can come into your stream about and I can talk to you about. So 3 different talking points. Of course, there are lots of talking points down here. For example, you are from Trinidad and Tobago, which is extremely rare. You are a muffin, and maybe you can say something about your favorite games, about things that you do, what kind of work, I don't know, your favorite kind of pizza. I don't mind. Just 3 things that are stereotypically you and that you feel fit for your channel. Then we look at your schedule. You already said that you were a little bit all over the place. Of here 6 p.m. my time, then you have here sort of midnight-ish my time, 1 a.m., 4 a.m., which of course is not that time for you, but it is for me. Oh, we have... You are, for somebody that already pre-cursed that you had a bit of a weird schedule, you are fairly consistent. You know, consistency is key here. So, if you do want to stay consistent, that is good. I'm not gonna say too much about your about this because you've already pre-cursed it, right? You know consistency is the way to go. So instead, we're gonna have a look at your videos. Can I ask a question about setup? So you're stuck in a sorry, what? In a sense, you use wall-mounted arms, and you used to use desk-mounted. What do I prefer, and what is the arguments? So, I use desk-mounted arms. And the reason I use desk-mounted arms is because my desk is a sit-stand desk. I don't have another choice. I can hang them on the wall, but when I stand up, they're gone. Poof. So that's not gonna work. So for me, as a sit-stand desk user, I absolutely recommend desk stands. It just, yeah, I don't really have another option there. Let's see. Long stream here. 8 hours, 9 hours, 6 hours, 5 hours. We will go for this one because that's the one I feel like. And we will go... I'm going near the end for no reason whatsoever. Let's go have a listen.
Stock. Attack based on your accumulated cash. Lose 5% of your treasure at every use. Why are they knocking like that? Oh. I'm on a modified football gears here. Who are you? Got a bunch of old sports junk. Okay. Open up. Hey there, sports guy. Alright. Seems like he's protecting himself. Good to see you again. Got a headband. Keep your focus. Don't want that. Don't want that. Got a granola bar. I could use that for something. Rapier. 2 left. Use for fencing. Whatever.
Okay. You know what? I think we have a pretty decent understanding here. Hey, dog. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing fantastic. So you are already talking to your audience pretty well. I think you managed to keep on talking, sort of keep the conversation going. You're already talking about the things that are happening. You're talking about the conversations you are having in the stream. However, I think what we are going to have to look at is specifically your voice. I don't particularly mean what you say, but how you say it. You are quite monotone when you speak, even though and not 100% I feel there's also a few places where your words slur a little bit. You don't try and enunciate your words in the best way. I'm not talking about the accent. I understand the accent. That's no problem. That's not what I'm talking about. It's about learning to use your voice as an instrument. There's three ways for you to control your voice. There is 1, rhythm, 2, volume, and 3, there is cadence, speed, sort of the tone more. What happens if you can't help slurs? Then you need to train yourself, right? You need to, I'm not talking about slurs as in the words. I'm talking about slurring speech. So instead of being clear about your words and enunciating them clearly, you sometimes just sort of half sink away in the words and move on to the next without really thinking about what you're saying. Right? It just becomes one long line that feels like a single word, but actually it's full sentences. That's what I'm talking about. And that's something you need to have that's something you need to think about. There's a streamer who has a speech impediment. Doesn't stop him. He's hard to understand, but I lurk. Yeah, but he probably also works on the fact to make himself as understandable as possible. Like, I also have a slight speech impediment. My S's sometimes slur a little bit as well. But I've worked over the years to build it up so that they're not as pronounced, and I try and change that for myself. And that's okay. Absolutely fine. But you can still learn how to use your voice effectively. You can talk a little bit slower. You can enunciate a little bit more. That makes it a little easier for people to understand. Yeah, not mumbling is a big one. Also, remember, if you're talking fast and you're talking in a very clear voice, you can still talk very fast, but people are not going to understand everything that you say. They're just going to listen to the gist of it. But if I slow my speech down and focus on every single word, it is super important. And therefore, you are probably going to listen better. That's another thing. And then you, of course, have tone. If I'm talking like this for about 5 to 10 seconds, I'm not even going to do it because you fully understand what the problem is. But if I use my voice and I change the volume, I change the tone that I take, and I make it really clear what I'm talking about, it becomes much more pleasant to listen to. And that is, I think, something that you can absolutely use. And the thing that I can only recommend is a YouTube channel by Vin Zhang. Amazing, amazing speech coach, amazing like stage presence coach. Go check him out. I knew Light Wraith already had that one ready. Go check Vin Zhang out. Absolutely fantastic. How you doing, Fit to Respawn? Hope you're doing well. You have a friend, a streamer friend who is a stutter, so she makes it part of her charm, and that's fine, right? That I'm not saying that if you have a speech impediment or in any way are obstructed that you can't stream. I'm just saying, if you know you have something like that, if you know you have that trouble, one of your jobs, one of your ideas needs to be, like, one of your skills that you train needs to be how you can better your speech. And I wasn't born like this either, right? I've learned how to present on camera over the past 5 years. I've shown many clips of me right at the start. You wouldn't recognize me. Also, Ablian, I also talk very fast, but I've learned again to slow that down. These are things you sort of work on. Oh, also, to SRX, Welsh talking fast is in your blood. You know what I recently figured out? There is a Welsh word that does not have an English translation, and it's hiraeth. And I still don't know what it means. They just told me there's no translation. Would be scary to be born like that. My mother is here. I wasn't as vocal at that time. I will tell you that. Okay. I hope that was helpful. I hope that helps you grow your channel. There's one more thing that I will look at because you asked for it specifically, and that is your YouTube. So let's have a look at your channel. So you're on 561 subs, 673 videos. Most of those long form. A lot of anime, it seems. Let me see. Okay. Wait, hiraeth. Hiraeth is a Welsh word with no direct English translation that signifies a profound, nostalgic, and often melancholic longing for a home, place, or time that is lost. That is a great word. That's a fantastic word. Also, Rain, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing absolutely amazing. Easier to use lush, though. I can't use the word lush anymore. Yeah. No. Look. My brother-in-law has completely destroyed that word for me. Okay? He said it every other sentence. And I just can't anymore. I can't take it seriously when people use that word. I don't think he was a Gavin and Stacey fan. No. Let me have a little look-see here, though. Okay. So you have a few different types of content. Specifically, you have some green screen content, and then you have your actual, like, anime-based content with little spats of other things thrown in between. The thing that you have to watch out for with a lot of this is your thumbnails. If I look at your thumbnails, and I look at them from a mobile screen perspective, they don't immediately shout to me that I should watch. And especially with reaction content, it's super important that you immediately get the idea, because that's what this is, right? It's reaction content. On top of that, I also think your titles need a little bit of work, because you're just saying the name of the anime, the episode, and then reaction. that needs to, like, I don't get this. What the flick and Takopi no, don't tell me, don't give me a reason. For me to click in and actually watch. Now, there is one thing that I usually don't do, but I saw something that I do want to have a look at, and that is this video. Just for a moment. So this is a year old at this point. You've also not posted for about 6 months, which, you know, fair.
Master is wrecked. Alright. Master is wrecked after that last strike. Down he goes. Flashback times. Oh, okay, this is nice. Added scenes.
I don't know what's going on. You are talking, but there is no hook. There's no getting people in there. There is no script. And this makes it really hard to see what you're reacting to, which makes me think you are doing this to avoid copyright strikes. That's not how reaction content works. Reaction content is either direct reactions to small things, or you sort of break down the episode with a script and show little scenes in between. This is not the sort of way, or this is not the way where you would be able to do this without getting strikes. Trust me on that one. They are not going to actually perform. You're not going to get people to watch them because they don't know what you're talking about. And you're also not really reacting. You're just going, ooh, ah, wow. A reaction, good reaction content breaks down and analyzes an episode and uses examples of the episode to be able to show what you are talking about. And that is the way that I would take your content if you want to do review content, if you want to do reaction content. Exactly, Era. Exactly. I hope that helped, Dank the Muffin Man. If you have more questions, feel free to ask in the Discord as usual. And then we are gonna save, apparently. Thank you, Slaughter. And we are having some ads, so I'm gonna do some TTS.
Damien Darkrose says you mentioned only having 1 or 2 games at most in your niche. What if your niche is something like survival games where some of the games can be completed within 3 to 6 streams? Is it okay to switch those games once you're done with them, or should you try to at least keep those same games for a minimum of 30 days?
No. So if you're playing a survival game, things like Subnautica, things like Sons of the Forest, Raft, there are so many of them nowadays, right? But as long as you keep playing survival games in a very similar style, you're going to be absolutely fine. There, your niche is not 1 or 2 games. You have a very specific, fixed niche for your channel, and that is then what you're going for, and that is absolutely okay. Like, that is precisely what you're looking for. You're gonna play a game, let's say it's Subnautica. Maybe you say, I'm gonna do Subnautica, the Frozen thing afterwards, you know, let the Reaper go and all that. And then what you're going to do after that, you're going to do the Forest, and then you do the Sons of the Forest. So you try and keep it a little bit together. But if you're going for something like Valheim, of course you're going to be done in 10, 12 streams max. You're not going to try and push it for 30 days. You're not going to do that. You're just going to finish the game, and then you move on to something else. That is actually, as far as I can tell, one of the only places where you exceptionally can plan weekly games. So you can, for example, say Monday we do Space Engineers, Wednesday we do Satisfactory, Thursday we do, I don't know, Star Rupture, Fridays we do Icarus. You can do that. But that is because survival games are such a very specific niche, and even then, you're gonna find survival games that work well, and you're gonna find survival games that don't work well. What if you mix Subnautica with mainly Minecraft? I wouldn't mix anything with Minecraft, because Minecraft, as much as it's called a survival game, it's not. It's a building game. Yeah, so that is very, very different. You already asked that question, Slaughtergoo. It's still in the queue. You can see it in the queue. No need to ask it again. I will get to it.
Slaughter Geo says, are there any good tools to help convert horizontal videos to...
Yeah, I'm going to skip that one because the other question is exactly the
Slaughter
same.
Geo says best tool to convert horizontal vids to vertical for TikTok and shorts.
So there's a few options. You can do it yourself using DaVinci Resolve. You can set up a vertical, an Atom vertical canvas, which allows you to do vertical content straight in your OBS. But most people that I speak to don't have time for that. And when you don't have time for that, when you want to save time and have it done automatically, you can always go with something like Nexus Clips. I am sponsored by them. What that does is it checks your stream, grabs your best moments, and you just go, I want that, and that. If there's parts they didn't grab, you can still make the shorts in the app or upload little clips, and it will still change it to a vertical stream. Again, I am sponsored by them. If you want to check them out, you can get a discount with code DELTA, but that is up to you. I'm not saying you should. Just check if it works for you. Test the free version first, and then go from there. Yeah, Dragon of the West. So they are a sponsor of the channel. Sazzle, how are you doing? I really like Nexus Clips. I use it to find the best moments. I then edit them myself because I have built that skill. But some of them I still just grab from Nexus Clips straight from the stream, upload, because it's so easy. It's so much easier. It's crazy. Okay, let's do another spin. Who is the next person that we are going to review? It is Weasel. Weasel, we are going to have a little look-see for you. Let's have a check. Are you currently streaming? No. Good, because that means I can review you. Do you have any music I need to watch out for? Nope, not either. Perfect. Lovely, lovely, lovely. So Dragon of the West, the free version has a watermark. The paid version does not. Hey, Kia, you can use the link in the chat. Or if you're on YouTube and you want to sign up for the reviews, it's down in the description below. Lightweight is also dropping the link in the chat as we speak. So, Master Catweasel, what are you struggling with? In general, your CCV and how to increase revenue without pressuring the audience. Let's have a look-see. So, I like your avatar. That's good. Your background is very sort of space-based, which doesn't really seem to fit with the theme that you're going for your brand. Because you seem to be more focused on cats. Then you have chosen red as your accent color. Do we see that come back? Yes, we do, but only slightly. Let's have a look. So then we have... Ooh, Remnant, From the Ashes, Indiana Jones, June, RV, Green Hell, Just Chatting. That's a lot of games. And in a very, very, very broad category of games as well. Which gives me sort of the feeling of that you are not completely set on the content that you want to make just yet. You have a shooter in Helldivers, which is almost an extraction shooter. You have Hunt, which is definitely not. You have Green Hell, which is survival, just like June. Indiana Jones is an adventure game. RV Dare Yet is a friend game, right? Remnant, I actually don't know. From there, what else do we see? So that is something that I would be careful with. Usually it's best to pick one genre and stay within that genre. Stay within that niche. But let's have a look at the rest of your stream. Souls-like with guns. Okay. Hey, Angel, how are you doing? You really like my content, but you don't see how everyone is overthinking streaming. You yourself stream for a little more than 7 months now and grown quickly since 4 months. You go live regularly and went from 3 viewers, I'm assuming, to 60 plus average, but you stream variety and you're German. I mean, that's massive growth for a variety channel, right? To go that much in 4 months. But I think it also depends on the sort of struggles you're dealing with. Some people are dealing with struggles when it comes to growing their channels. Other people are finding it difficult to be engaged. Other people need help making content on other channels. And learning from that, it's part of the journey. People learn at different speeds. But we are gonna have a look over here. The About Me. Hi there, handsome devil. Great to meet you. Thank you. I'm a Dutch gamer, that loves to game with friends and viewers and have a good love. Best channel. It's fine. It's Dutch. We are going. No, I'm joking. Building the Cat Cave, a non-toxic community where people feel at home and play all kinds of games together. So, I'm reading this, and I'm reading... Well, first off, great opening. Really, really nice opening. I like that. It's something that different. That works. You're a Dutch gamer. That's a one talking point for me. A non-toxic community where people feel at home and play all kinds of games together. Feels a little generic. It doesn't really tell us about the games that you are playing. Hey LND, how you doing? And Coco Vibes, thank you so much for the follow, you absolute legend. It is a very... How would I even say this? It's quite generic, and it doesn't immediately make me want to talk to you about different things. And that is something which I would absolutely work on. Just have 3 things that you can talk about, right? Or that draw people in to the chat. That's what we want. That being said, business email. We need a business email. Guys, you just need a business email. Because it's the only way companies are going to contact you and actually talk to you. Also, Safra, that is a brilliant suggestion. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing absolutely amazing. Yeah, but it should be up here. I know it might be down here. Their email contact, it needs to be up here. Make it easy for people to find. The easier you can make it, the better it becomes. Then let's have a look. Look me up on YouTube. Follow me on TikTok. Fantastic. So there are links. We have those links here again. So you like the stream, and would you like to support the channel? Use the link for donations. Okay. We have Bornless, Grim Family, Tangia, the Bits leaderboard, sound alerts, active commands, PC specs, very good. Ooh, Okay, let me have a look here. I started streaming because of a back injury. Having a job as a taxi chauffeur for special needs people does not make this my job. I do this for my and your enjoyment, as well as building a supportive and positive community. I've met a lot of streamers and viewers that help me in harsh times, and I love to give back. I am always taking time during streams to talk to streamers and give everyone a place in the stream. That is why the revenue I get from this channel will be used to improve but also support other streamers. Thanks to you all, I am willing and able to give back to the community. I'm happy that's the turn you took. I would say that this may need to be framed a little bit different and maybe not have revenue as the name for it. It throws you off, and I immediately was like, ooh, okay, where is this going to go? Is that the way you want to handle it? That's fine, but that's up to you. What would I suggest? Personally, I'd remove it. I would, yeah, at best, I would put it into an about me and then focus more on explaining about you and have a little paragraph about what you do with the revenue or how you look at support. This feels very almost performative, and that is something you will want to avoid. Because if you just go performative, that is something that people don't really resonate with. And this is something that can throw people off. So, you have the dark... Yeah, I would replace your banner. If you go with a Nordic theme, we want to see that come back throughout. So, a Nordic avatar, yes. There's not a Nordic background. Your what do you call these? Panels are also... They almost feel Western. Like, you know, cowboy style. Which I know is not the style you're going for. So, consider the font just for a moment. See if you're happy with that. If that's the vibe you want to give. Then, your schedule. The important bits. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 7 p.m. till midnight. A little late, but that's fine. Here you went till 4 a.m. Holy shit. 2 a.m. Very nice. Here, 1 a.m. By the way, if you guys wonder why I'm not really calling this out, ending later than you promise is fine. Starting later than you promise is probably not the best idea. Right? That you want to be super consistent with your starting time, because that's where people are going to be there and people are going to be waiting for you. Your end time, you can end whenever you feel like. Although, if you had ended at 12 a.m., right, for this stream, that would have given you 4 hours to make good content for other platforms. 4 hours is a lot of time to make short form content. And at that point, you're actually being more productive because people are going to see that offline as well as online. So let's now have a look at your stream. We will go with... Let's do this one. And we will go... Let's take it a little earlier. There.
I've been out of the
Let's
game
listen.
for too long to farm everything again. Takes too long.
Let's listen. Oh, hey, it's Mushi. Hey, Jing, how you doing? Okay, I just said your name
Dead
as a greeting. Hey, Jing, how are you doing? That threw me off. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing absolutely amazing. It is on, right? I'm going to jump forward a little bit. Oh, geez. You good, buddy? You seem a little stuck.
Okay. That's glitchy.
What do we have here? Now we're back in the game.
No, you can also just share.
Okay, few things to talk about. First things first. You do have music on, and that is not on the VOD. The problem that we have is that we can actually almost not hear the game. So I'm assuming when you are streaming, people cannot hear the game. Because the game is already low and then music goes on top of it. I wonder if people can actually hear the game. Hey, Matteo, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Glad I got you. It gets a lot of people. You're doing good? That's good to hear. That is awesome. I'm happy that you are able to grow as well, Ying. And Blacks Gaming, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing fantastic. Just start on Kick and Twitch. Tried YouTube Live, but when you go live on YouTube, you get like a click sound. Clicking your sound. That is really, really odd, but good to see you. Oh... Dude. Okay. I'm just gonna give you a tip. If you're gonna go ahead and head into other people's streams and, you know, have a chat with them that you have just started and that sort of stuff, don't tell them that you're live right now. That's called self-promotion. And that is usually not how people like to be treated. Now, I understand that sometimes you make that mistake, and especially if you're new, you don't know the full ethics of Twitch and of YouTube, but in 99% of the channels, that will instantly get you banned. It's just we're not going to do that because everybody makes mistakes. I just want to I just want to give you that information. What's so interesting with audio balance is fewer devices. So important to test your own audio on multiple devices. It's not just your own audio, it's also measurable, right? If you look in OBS, so if you have OBS, it doesn't really matter if you have Streamlabs or if you have OBS. What you will see is you will see a bar, right? You will see a nice little bar next to your audio. And the bar will have colors. We will have mostly green, a little bit of yellow, and a little bit of red. What you're trying to do when you're setting up your audio is you have like 3 different tiers. 4 technically. Also, hey Nikoru. The first one is here. This is -10 to -15 decibels. Right? That is your microphone. That is how loud that should be so that we can hear you. The second one is around here. -25. That should be your game. Your game should be between -25, maybe -30 if it's a very loud game. And that is also where you want your alerts to be. Maybe a little higher than that. Then there's down here -35 to -40. If you have very loud music, even -45, and that is your music. How much does it bother you with people who use the horizontal bars? Saknika, I have the best news. The best news. From the next update, in OBS, vertical bars are the standard. Yes. I can't deal with horizontal bars. First thing I do, click, change it. Click, change it immediately. They're vertical bars. Come on. Also, never peak above -15 dB. You will distort and clip. No. You do not clip until you hit 0 dB. That's what this exists for, right? 0 dB is where you clip. If you've not heard me clip in the whole stream, I have hit -5 multiple times. That's not a problem. I am between -5 and -15, or -10 and -15 for my microphone, but if I get a little louder, you get to -5, you get to -1. You do not clip. You clip the moment you hit 0. Quick question. How many times can you review an account? I usually review an account every 2 to 3 months. You clip before 0 dB, you're still trying to tweak it. Seems like you start clipping. If your squeaky voice is sustained, even at -5, then that is not OBS clipping. That is your microphone clipping. -13 dB is regarded as the rule in cinematography, where you start clipping or where you should try and be. Because in general, like, you don't clip until you hit 0. Yeah, so what you're looking at, where you should try to be, that's what I said, like -10 to -15 for your microphone. That is literally around that. You can go above that, you don't clip until 0. But, that being said, so, Saknika, very quickly for you, right? You have a microphone. A very sus-looking microphone. Let me try that again. You have a microphone which is connected to an audio interface which is connected to your PC. Now, I'm streaming on Twitch as well, Jing. Yes, I stream both of them. Oh, that might be a better thing to explain first. What is clipping? So, okay. Let me scroll down. So, if you look at your microphone and you talk, you will see this. Like, right, this is your volume. It goes like this. But there's a band. Usually there. And if you go above this line, then this is something that your microphone cannot pick up. You are talking so loud, or you're screaming, so that your microphone physically cannot take the amount of noise and turn it into some kind of signal. Something which it can handle. At which point you start sounding really, really loud, distorted, and it hurts people's ears. Angel and Ying, thank you so much for the follows. Also, Matteo, in case I hadn't said it, thank you so much for the follow. So that is what clipping is. When you have... Bullfrog, thank you so much for the follow as well. When you have a microphone, an audio interface, and a PC... There is 3 points where you can start clipping. Winter Joel, thank you so much for the follow. First thing is, it can happen in your microphone. If you talk so loud or your microphone is so sensitive that it starts picking up too much, that usually means that you're way too high. Way too high. Usually what happens is it's your audio interface that causes the issues. Because your gain might be too high. If you don't have a separate audio interface, your audio interface is built into your microphone. You always have one. It is just built into the microphone. At which point you need to turn your gain down. And then it can also clip in OBS if the volume is too high in OBS. If that happens, you need to turn the OBS sound down, and then turn you start messing with your gain and with your OBS volume. But 9 out of 10 times it's the gain. A setup for a new mic then, because gain is all the way down. Sagnika, which microphone did you have? No, your audio... So, your audio interface is not OBS or Streamlabs. Your audio interface is the thing that takes your microphone and puts it into something else. So, it will take the microphone. The microphone's volume is actually really, really low. I'm talking human inaudible low. Like, really low. What the microphone then does is it sends that really low signal to an audio interface, or inside the microphone into the audio interface, and that moves it with the gain up to a level where you can actually hear it on the computer or in your headset. And then OBS is your software. That's how this works. And those are the 3 different steps. So if you have a USB microphone, by the way, this is all in one. This is just your microphone. It just happens to be built into it. Which is also why a $100 XLR microphone will sound a lot better than a $100 USB microphone. I'm not a fan of the HyperX. It's a condenser microphone. You can hear everything. It is super sensitive. Yeah, no, I'm just not a big fan. I don't have a solution for you. Is 5 Fine a good mic? Which one? The AM8 is apparently really good. I've not tested it. The Q2U is absolutely fine. The Samsung Q2U. The other one, the 5 Fine K688 is really good. I'm a big fan of the Tonor TD510 or the follow-up Tonor TD512 or is it 11? The AM8? I'll be able to tell you more about how good the microphone is in a few weeks. Just saying. I still have to test it, but I have one. So we're going to have a look at that. Okay, returning to the review itself, right? There's a few other things that we can talk about. So the first one we already talked about was the audio levels. The second one that I want to talk about is your stream design. So earlier you had a cat on the screen, which was a little odd but fair. It looks AI generated, which I also think is a little not everybody plays well with AI. You figured a boom art out eventually. Seamus custom built your desk for you, and when you designed it for Crosps and then tried to make it work for a computer. Is it okay? Question, Sagnika. Is it that the boom arm is too high, or is it something where you can't clamp it to the table itself? It's weird that the HyperX works well for Seamus, but not for you. The boom arm can't clamp to the desk. Ooh, okay. Yeah, that is a bigger problem. That is definitely a bigger problem. Yeah, I'm just not a fan of the HyperX. Like, if you have the HyperX, absolutely use it. But it's just... It's overpriced for what it can do, in my opinion. Okay. So, another thing that I want to talk about. You have Grim Family up here. You have Midnight Walkers up here. You have the big TV. It all feels a little bit cluttered. And that sort of clutter can work against you. Not saying that it is. The one thing I will say is I would love it if you upsized your face in the camera. We see so much of the background, which, don't get me wrong, is awesome. We just need more face so we can see you. And that's a very important thing to have. Also, Hirotaro, the Rode Pod mic is my absolute favorite mic. I prefer it over this one. Just so we get a bit more of you, which can be very helpful. For the rest, yeah, you heard people talking about it as well. Talk. You need to always be chatting. You need to always be talking to your community, even if nobody is there, because it shouldn't matter. You need to put on a show. You need to, put on an actual presentation. It is fantastic. But you do need to, you need to up the talking. You need to up it. Get good at presenting to your audience at all times. You usually yap a lot. The little parts that I saw, you did not yap a lot. So you might want to check your Helldiver stream around... When was it? Where was it? It was around this game. So let's say 210-ish. And then see how much you actually feel you are talking. Because it needs less gain, or why do I prefer the pop mic? Because the pop mic is $99 and this is $400. And the quality does not make it sound like it's $99. It also is a little less bassy and a little more rounded. And you get a fuller body to your voice, which is not always what you want, but for if you are a streamer, you don't need anything super expensive. The only reason I have this microphone is because I do microphone reviews, and everybody expects you to compare to this one. It's the only reason. Otherwise, I would have never bought it. Because it's just not needed. I normally... Here, look. It's not a joke. I have my Rode Pop mic right here. It's still connected because I use it as a secondary mic. Look, I can make myself look like a newsreader. Or like I'm being interviewed, you know? But if you adjust the EQ behind and get it used, it's a good deal. You also make music. Yeah, that's also different, right? But for streaming, for people that mostly do spoken content, the pod mic is absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. Hey, Tessie Tank Girl, how are you doing? You were told by a friend that you tend to talk to yourself instead of an audience. Is this something I can learn? Absolutely. It is something you can absolutely learn, and it's also something that's fairly doable to learn. Because talking to yourself is very similar to talking to an audience. You just need to make... you need to take one little step in between. And that is whenever you're talking, make sure that you also consider asking the question. So instead of saying, I'm gonna have this for dinner tonight, you say, ooh, what should I have for dinner tonight? What did you guys have for dinner tonight? I think I'm gonna have, you know, just try and reflect everything to your audience. And a thing that I can highly recommend, this is such a stupid thing, but it worked for me for the first 2 years of my streaming career. If you have the opportunity to add googly eyes to your camera, do it. I know it sounds dumb, but having googly eyes on your camera makes it more likely that you think you're talking to a person. This is such a dumb thing, but it actually works. Instead of, like, look, I'll show this. You're gonna hear a pling. Don't worry about it. If you have a camera, right? And you are looking at this, or you're learning to look at this, or you're finding it difficult to connect, put 2 googly eyes, one here, right? So it isn't on the screen. And suddenly you will be looking at it way more because it has eyes. You will be talking to it like it's another person. Again, such a simple little thing to do. And most people, they wouldn't even look at it. Won't even think about it. But it actually works to make you more likely to look at it. It's silly. Human psychology, man. Human psychology is crazy. Yeah, makes you smile more too. 100%. Yeah, give it a try. For me, it was massive. Also, Winter Jolt, you're saying you use the DJI lapel mic. You know what? I've tried using that one. I will need to wear a cap if I want to do that because the beard makes it go. You have a blind box mini Barbie. Put her on top of your screen right next to your camera. Works as well. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's the whole... All you need. Okay, how many of you are programmers? How many of you have built software in the past? If you have, you may recall the programming ducky or the desk ducky. It's a thing that most programmers have. Mine is packed. It's a little penguin. Which, if you don't know what it is, if you can't figure out code, you start explaining your code to a ducky, or to a rock, or to a penguin. And because you now have to explain your code, or explain the problem, you suddenly realize, oh shit, that's how this works. That is just your streamer ducky. You are looking at it because it is something you can focus at. I'm looking besides my camera now, but it's something you can focus at. And it's just an alternative for all the people on the other side. Hey, Mr. Helmet, how you doing? I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing amazing. You're getting me a streamer ducky? You already got me a toothless ducky. It's a way to talk to yourself. It's a way to practice. See, I now have the Elgato prompter. I see chat right in front of me. I only look to the right because I sometimes need to look if I have YouTube messages. But for the rest, I just look at the camera nowadays, which is helpful for me. But that thing is 200 euros, where a little rubber ducky or 2 googly eyes is a few euros or a few dollars, right? It makes it so much easier. But that being said, I hope that was helpful for you, Master Cat Weasel. I think you are well on your way. I think there are just a few things we need to amp up a little bit. Once you get there, you're going to be absolutely fine. Maybe a few bigger ones in the washing machine, sink, a huge shower, a huge one in the shower. Okay, James Veach. You know what? No. Just no. Not here, not there, not in the new house. No. You don't have to be James Veach. It's okay. It's all fine. However, it is 10 to 11. And that means it is time for us to be raiding out. For those on YouTube, thank you so much for being here. You guys have been amazing. For those on Twitch, don't go away just yet. And if you do want to come in with the raid, we are going to say hi to an amazing, amazing friend. Super kind, super awesome. And we will be back next Friday for more of this. And next Tuesday, so upcoming Tuesday, for more of creating widgets, answering questions, and more. So, for those on Twitch,